Good afternoon or good evening. I am Tamara Adrian, and I would like to share with you a little history to begin today's exchange. 10 years ago, a democratic movement started in Tunisia that spread across the Arab world, inspiring millions to openly call for freedom, transparency, and rule of law in their countries. Tunisia has become an inspiring example of successful transition to democracy, but it also illustrates the challenges faced by countries as they navigate that transition. We've seen many other transitions over the last 10 years. In Ethiopia, Sudan, Ecuador, Ukraine, and Armenia, just to name a few. Other transitions have proved more fragile, as we have recently witnessed in Burma. And so we must ask ourselves, how do we help get democratic transitions back on track? We are proud to present this year's Global Assembly theme, Tower Successful Transitions, New Opportunities and Emerging Challenges. Over the next 2 days, we look to achieve two things. First, the Assembly discussions aim to provide tools to empower local democracy advocates and help them contribute to the success of democratic transitions. Since April of this year, the World Movement and its partners have organized a series of national and regional meetings that brought together a diverse group of pro-democracy advocates to share lessons and foster collaborations. These gatherings aim to combat corruption, empower youth, and give a voice to marginalized populations. Today's conference, the Global Exchange, is the capstone of a series of assembly meetings. We are highlighting the inspirational progress that our partners have made in their respective transitions. Our discussions will also explore innovative strategies and practical tools to overcome current and imminent challenges. The second objective of the Global Assembly is to build solidarity with fellow pro-democracy activists. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss the limitations imposed by today's global political environment and identify new opportunities for a stronger international solidarity. Democracy is in retreat. As we fight against the current of recent history, it is important to acknowledge the struggles and hard work of those who have fought without giving up. It is with this in mind that we will present the Democracy Courage Tributes to express our utmost solidarity with those who have demonstrated extraordinary courage in pursuing their ideals. Since 1999, the World Movement has held global assemblies bringing together more than 500 democracy advocates from over 100 different countries to take stock of democratic progress and strategize to overcome challenges. It is also a moment to celebrate victories, both small and large, and renew our commitment to freedom. This year's assembly is the 10th assembly. It is a big milestone for us, and we are excited to have you with us today.
Hi, my name is David Riveros Garcia, and I'm from Reacción Paraguay, an organization that catalyzes community innovation to fight corruption. The Assembly is a fascinating place where the leading minds in democracy theory meet the leading activists defending and promoting democracy around the world. I can't wait to meet you all this year. See you there.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Gabriel. I come from Malaysia, from an anti-corruption group called the Center to Combat Corruption and Cronyism. I've attended several assemblies, the World Movement of Democracy, and I find it very useful.
Hi everyone, I'm Esther Teria from Ghana, Director for Gender Center for Empowering Development. I'm happy to be here, and I was really excited to have attended one of the General Assembly of the World Movement for Democracy. I will encourage my sisters and brothers who will be joining the assembly virtually to take advantage of it and also network as you are doing your virtual conversations and all that. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the summit this year.
We hope you'll find our event inspirational and useful as you continue to fight for democracy.
Nina ndoto kubwa, nina ndoto kubwa, nina ndoto kubwa, nina ndoto kubwa.
Welcome back to the second day of our Global Exchange, the final stage of the 10th Global Assembly. Again, I'm Ryota Jonen from the World Movement Secretariat. I want to quickly introduce the World Movement team members who are working hard behind the scene to make this global event happen smoothly. Here are the faces of the World Movement Secretariat: Shireen, Kayla, Megan, Troy, Matt, Mike, Christian, and Danny. Thank you so much for helping bring us together. And also, I want to thank Barbara Haig for supporting the team with her guidance and political savviness. Thank you, the team, World Movement for Democracy. Now, we have a lot to go through today's exciting agenda, so I want to introduce our steering committee chairman, Mr. José Ramos Horta, former president of Timor-Leste. He will kick off the Global Exchange Day 2.
Welcome to the World Movement for Democracy Global Exchange, Day 2. Yesterday, our discussion focused on how to ensure that democracy transitions around the world succeed. We analyzed challenges, but also explored best practices and the strategies that the world movement partners are using. We are also reminded that democracy cannot be taken for granted. Even all democracies, such as the US, are facing significant challenges. By sharing ideas and strategies with others beyond borders, the world movement builds global solidarity. Today, we want to put our heads together to think through how to build stronger cross-border solidarity with democracy movements in severely challenging environments. We have two panel discussions, one focusing on the role of parliamentarians and networks of political actors in mobilizing solidarity actions that are beyond statements. Another, exploring civil society innovative strategies for effective solidarity. Without global solidarity, the threats to democracy can seem impossible to solve. Without global solidarity, struggles for democracy might seem isolated and lonely battles. Later today, the World Movement for Democracy and the Hartford Foundation will present the Democracy Courage Tribute to give special recognition to the extraordinary efforts of groups and movements working under difficult circumstances. Together, we remind one another that we are not alone in our struggles. And we will have a music performance by ML Matteluti, whose song, County Horror, was an anthem for the Arab Spring in 2011. You might have seen her performance at the 2015 Nobel Peace Prize Award ceremony when the Tunisian National Dialogue Quartet received the Nobel Peace Prize. A very powerful song. She will perform a different song for us today, but I think you'll be moved by her performance. To kick off our Day of Solidarity, I invite the Honorable Karen Bass and Mr. Nicolas Opio to have a conversation about different tools that the international community can use to protect democracy activists and human rights defenders. Ms. Karen Bass is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives and sits on the board of National Endowment for Democracy. She serves on the House Committee on Foreign Affairs and the House Judiciary Committee. Prior to joining the House, Bass was the first African-American woman to be the Speaker of the California Assembly. Many of you might remember that she was one of the opening speakers for the 9th Assembly in Dakar, Senegal. We are delighted that she is back with us today. Mr. Nicolas Opio is a leading human rights lawyer and the founder of Chapter 4 Uganda, who has worked tirelessly to promote civil liberties. Opio was awarded the 2017 German Africa Prize, as well as Human Rights Watch 2015 Alison Deforge Award. It should be mentioned that he is a member of the World Movement Steering Committee. Nicolas, please, the floor is yours to take.
A very good evening from Kampala and good afternoon to those in the US. Welcome, Chair Bass, to the World Movement for Democracy Global Assembly. This is not the first time you have joined the Assembly. I remember vividly your participation in the Assembly in 2018 in Dakar, Senegal, at which you were one of the opening speakers at that Assembly. A lot of the things you said then still resonate with me up until now. If I may just highlight two of them that I have inscribed in my notebook and keep going back to it regularly. The first one is your reminder to all of us that democracy isn't a destination, it's a journey, and that we cannot take it for granted. I think for me, that was a rallying call for protecting democratic progress by everybody, every time, every day, remembering that democracy is always under attack. The second one is really your invitation to members of the civil society in restoring faith in government, in participating within government institutions to rid it of corruption and to bring the people's voices to government. Those two things resonate with me and remind me every day of the importance of our work here in Uganda. So welcome to the Assembly. Unlike the Dakar Assembly, in which there were 500 democracy activists from about 100 countries, this is online because of the pandemic. So nonetheless, welcome. On a personal note, let me extend to you my gratitude for your message of solidarity, calling for my release in December. So welcome to the Global Assembly, Chairwoman Bass.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. And you know, it really cannot wait until the pandemic is over. I'm not sure how often you have the World Assemblies, but I so look forward to being there the next time. And when I was there in 2018, just the hope, the aspiration, the energy of seeing people from all over the world fight for democracy was a moment and an experience I'll never forget.
The Assembly is every other 2 years, so you'll always be welcome to join the Assembly. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much. So look, it is always important to recognize the great work that you do, such as the statement you issued recently demanding the release of the arrested Kenyan activist in UAE. These kind of statements are really important for many of us who are on the front line here in Uganda. And just to give you a quick update on the situation here in Uganda, a controversial election was held at the beginning of the year that came on the backdrop of reported cases of widespread human rights violations. This situation still remains tense as hundreds of people disappeared or have been held in detention by the military courts since then. So cases of disappearances still continue. Young people who are seen as activists or agitating for change continue being picked up by military men in unmarked vans and have since disappeared. Efforts to find them are underway. Our work here is to document, is to make sure that we continue the search for people who have disappeared. Cases of extrajudicial killings have been widespread. The one that was widely reported is the November 18th and 19th killings on the streets of Uganda by security agencies. What is shocking about this is not just the extent of the killings, but the lack of accountability. The president of the country applauded security forces for killing people on the street. This is extrajudicial killings. We continue here in Uganda to demand for accountability, to document these cases for human rights violation, to go to courts to encourage victims to speak up. So statements such as yours are really, really important. And if you could speak very briefly about why you think these kind of statements are important from your perspective, we really appreciate.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And I'm so glad that you are out and, you know, the fight to get you released and our ongoing concerns about your safety, understanding that at any time your freedom can be taken away again. You know, when I first came to Congress 10 years ago, I really did not understand the impact of the statements until there was an individual in another country that was arrested similar to yours for being oppositional to the government. And we tweeted and the individual was released. And I realized that the statements are paid attention to because the US is paid attention to. And if a statement is made by my office on behalf of our subcommittee on Africa, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the House of Representatives, that carries a lot of weight. And I think it's important that we continue to do this and to speak out, to protect other people so that they can fight for democracy in their homeland.
For many of us here on the front line, to hear the moral leadership, the political leadership of the US in continuing to demand for respect for the rule of law, respect for human rights is really heartwarming, given the events of the past year. So thank you for finding your voices and speaking loudly to these issues. But in your position as a chair of the subcommittee on Africa, global health, global human rights, and international organization, you must be receiving a lot of communications from all over the world, seeing that events in Ethiopia, events in Myanmar, in Belarus, are deeply concerning. You must be inundated by requests for statements and the need to take action to speak against these violations. Cases of killings by the police, suppression of assembly rights, the intimidation of the media. It seems to me that there's a deluge of communication that you must be receiving. If you could, what do you think would be the role or the response of the US over and above these statements in pushing back against these reported cases of violations?
Well, first of all, the way we are organized in the committee is by geographic regions. So I have my hands full with the continent of Africa. So if there are requests that come in from other parts of the world, needless to say, it goes to the Congress members that are in charge of that particular area. But there are a variety of things in our toolbox. There's billions of dollars of funding. There are restrictions that can be put in place to individuals or to countries. And so it's using those tools that are important. And then I happen to believe, and I said this when I was at the World Forum, it's also important for us to be open about the challenge to democratic space right here in the United States. I mean, we're in a fight for the right to vote. And we are also in a fight to reform policing in the United States. So I think it's very important that we are honest about our own challenges. But I always point out the differences is that I can be a dissident in the United States without having to worry about somebody drive up and hauling me out of my house. Now, that hasn't always been the case, but that is the case, in this current environment. And so I think the world is watching us. And I think it's important because it's easy for some leaders, and this has happened, as you can imagine, where I might criticize them for something and they turn it right back around on me and say, well, what about what's going on in your own country? So I think it's important for us to be clear that while we have challenges to our democratic space, we're not allowing those challenges to take over. And we're honest about them and are dealing with them in a nonviolent way. And I think that that is important, that we maintain that moral high ground.
Fantastic. That moral high ground means a lot for many of us who are facing the rising autocracy in our country. You know, here in Uganda, recently the US announced travel sanctions against people who, quote unquote, have been involved in diverting the democratic process. Many Ugandans have been demanding for more actions. For example, for Global Magnitsky citations for these individuals. It's been done before. The evidence that has been documented is readily available. And so is there any chance that, you know, the different tools in your arsenals can be put to use to ensure that there's a high cost to abuse of human rights, to the diversion of our democratic process? Because as you may know all too well, the US is a very strong partner to the Ugandan government in many good initiatives in fighting terrorism.
Right.
Should we sacrifice these relationships for perhaps that broader concern, or are there tools we can deploy to ensure that there's a high cost for gross violations for human rights?
I think there are tools that we can employ without breaking our longstanding partnership.
Some of these tools, many Ugandans are asking, why can't we deploy them now? Because to be honest, many people thought that travel restrictions were a slap in the arms, as they are not exceedingly effective. Many are asking if there's an attempt to try and hold them under the Global Magnitsky Act.
There have not been discussions about that so far within the House of Representatives, but the White House, the Secretary of State, the State Department, the Senate, it is possible it's being discussed there. It is not being discussed so far in the House.
We would welcome the opportunity for that to be discussed. But if you can just move on to the next.
Well, I think, let me just say one more thing on this
Sure.
end. I think that you will see an action out of the House soon, but it will not be to call for the Magnitsky Act at this point, but you will see action.
Great. We look forward for those actions. I think many Ugandans will be delighted to hear that. But recently, the US president addressed the joint session of Congress, where he emphasized that his administration will prove that democracy works, and that it can deliver for the people, that the US would fight back against autocrats around the world. And his administration will prioritize diplomacy and the advancement of democracy. What do you see as the role of Congress in supporting these efforts, especially for the docket that you hold on Africa?
Well, I think that it's so important for us to show the world that we are back. I mean, we are coming off of 4 years of an administration that led a policy or policy initiatives that were in complete conflict with the direction the United States had been going on for many decades. And so I think that in 4 years, a level of trust and stability was raised, was brought into question. And so I think that this administration has a lot of repair work to do first in terms of repairing our relationships, agreements and treaties that were broken that have to be re-engaged, reestablished, reauthorized. So there's a lot of cleanup that has to be done. And I think that when the administration accomplishes that, you will see a lot of forward movement.
But what are the priorities for your subcommittee for the continent? Because there are many
priorities for our subcommittee. That's something different. First and foremost, it's COVID, and making sure that the African countries have the vaccines. But what I feel is as important, if not more important, is for the African countries to have the vaccines, but more important to have the capacity to manufacture vaccines. Because even transporting the vaccines, and a number of African countries have had to destroy or send vaccines back because they didn't have the capacity to get the shots in the arm. And so I think the world, frankly, needs to rally around that. And after that, it's honoring the slogan of the African Union, trade, not aid. And so given that there is the continent-wide trade agreement, what can the US do to be helpful to that? I look at foreign aid as the Obama administration did, which is not charity, but building capacity. And so given the role that health plays, what role can we play in strengthening the African health infrastructure? So those are some of our priorities. The continent, 2/3 of the continent still doesn't have electricity. How do we expand Power Africa? And then I'm also very interested in collaboration that we can do with the European Union. As the European Union is going through their racial reckoning and realizing the sins of the colonial period, it's time to look back at their current foreign policies, especially in regard to the natural resources of African countries, which Europe and the United States are so willing to take. What do we give back? How do we make sure that the African countries have the capacity to really maximize utilization of those natural resources as opposed to just extract it from the continent to use for our purposes?
Well, fantastic. I mean, there's a lot in your hands. But if I may probe you further, just if you can offer some ideas on what you see as the role of the civil society, human rights defenders, and those in the audience today, and what role they can play in keeping democracy and human rights at the center of your, agenda for a secure world, agenda for a COVID-free Africa, an educated Africa, and a poverty-free Africa. What role do you see?
You can't succeed on anything I just said without civil society, without democracy being protected, and without human rights. I just feel like historically, US foreign policy, especially on a congressional level, has always focused on the conflicts on the continent and have not done enough to address the root causes of those conflicts, which is why I talk about trade, not aid, capacity, all of those things. To me, those are the things, because countries use security, including the United States, use security as a reason to clamp down and to narrow democratic space. And so just like the pandemic was used as a way of saying, well, can't have an election, might need to change the Constitution, those kind of things. And so I feel that they are all interrelated. But I feel too often the United States deals on the surface and does not address the underlying socioeconomic issues.
Well, that's really, really, for me, comforting to hear, because the accusation in the areas where we work is that civil society are agents of foreign power. They up to no good. There's a rise of legislation to restrict the activities of civil society. So to hear that civil society should be front and center in all of these efforts is really, really, for me, resounding. And then thank you so much for that, restoring my faith, in that concept. But any final remarks before we skip this to the next session from you?
Well, just that, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak again at the World Forum, and I look forward to on the next couple of years when we can all meet in person. But we're all in this struggle together. And my background is from civil society. My background is as a dissident here. And so, as on the one hand, I focus on foreign policy, but I'm also fighting for the right to vote, fighting for the human rights of policing, that 3 people a day don't wind up being killed at the hands of police. So I feel the solidarity with the struggles that you have in your countries. Obviously they're different, but all of us together are fighting for democracy. Even where we have a developed democracy, we learned over the last 4 years, you sure better protect it. No democracy is a rock. It is a journey. It isn't a destination. And that journey can go south sometimes. And we experienced that. I think 4 years we had a hard lesson. And I'm hoping that we just learned it in this country and learned that even our democracy is fragile.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chairwoman Bass, for joining us in the Global Assembly this time. We hope that you can find time again to join us. On a personal note, let me thank you again for your message of solidarity. I hope that when I have the time, I will thank you in person and give you a huge, tight African hug. So thank you very much. Have a fantastic afternoon. Thank you for your good work.
Absolutely. Thank you as well.
Authoritarian forces in every region of the world are preventing citizens from having a say in how they are governed. Many democracies are struggling to maintain democratic institutions and practices. Ethnic minorities, women, and youth in particular are increasingly marginalized from the political process. Since 1999, the World Movement for Democracy has helped civil society activists to push back against these undemocratic trends and stand up for human rights. We believe that by connecting individual democracy movements together and building solidarity across borders, all democracy advocates become stronger. We work to do that in a variety of ways. We gather pro-democracy activists, scholars, journalists, and political leaders together in global assemblies, as well as in smaller regional conferences. Through our Erfurt Youth Fellowship, we nurture the leadership of young advocates and elevate their voices on our platforms. Through our crossover initiative, we share resources that provide knowledge from activists who have successfully crossed over into new roles as public officials. Our Right to Receive Funding project provides additional hands-on tools to help civil society organizations protect their right to receive international funding. In our Set Them Free campaign, marshals support for activists who are unjustly imprisoned. Through these projects and more, we strive to amplify the work and bravery of democracy activists in all parts of the world, so that we can help end injustice and build a freer world.
Welcome, everyone, to our discussion today as part of the World Movement for Democracy. Today's discussion will be about identifying opportunities for building international solidarity in the changing global political context. The objective of today's discussion is to understand the limitations in today's global political environment and to identify new opportunities for stronger international solidarity. I'm Anita Vandenbeld. I'm a member of Parliament in Canada and also a member of the World Movement for Democracy's Steering Committee. We know that parliaments and political parties are at the front line of democracy. All too often, authoritarian forces are working across geographic boundaries to learn lessons from one another. And we must do the same as politicians, as parliamentarians, as political parties, and as part of large networks, but also informally and formally. And today we have a very distinguished panel of political party and parliamentarians and politicians who are ready to discuss this with us. We have with us Hakima El Aïté, who is a member of the executive board of Mouvement Populaire Morocco. She was elected as the 14th president of Liberal International at the 62nd Congress in Dakar, Senegal in 2018. As the former Minister of Environment for the Kingdom of Morocco, she was a major actor in bringing COP22 to Morocco. She was elected Vice President of COP21, Paris Agreement, and appointed as Special Envoy and UN High-Level Champion of the International Climate Conference, COP22. Welcome, Dr. Aïté. We also have with us Connie Reuter, who is the Global Coordinator for Progressive Alliance, the global network of social democratic and socialist parties. Before joining Progressive Alliance in 2019, he was the Secretary General of Solidar, European Progressive NGO Network. He also serves as co-chair of Liaison Group of the European Economic and Social Committees, co-founder and member of the Steering Group of Civil Society Europe, and member of the Executive Committee of the International Federation of Workers' Education Associations. Welcome, Mr. Reuter. We also have with us as the third panelist, Jose Manuel Ormachea, who is a congressman in the Parliament of Bolivia, representing Citizen Community, an opposition political party. He is a political scientist and former human rights activist. He led a civil society campaign against the unconstitutional re-election of President Evo Morales in Bolivia, and he coordinated the citizen platform I Commit Bolivia in the city of La Paz. Previously, he worked with several organizations seeking political reconstruction in Bolivia, such as Alliance for the Renovation, the Bolivian Foundation for Multi-Party Democracy, and TECO Bolivia. I'm very pleased today that we have all three panelists, and we'll start with just a few questions, and I'll ask each of the panelists to respond. And the first topic for discussion is the fact that the World Movement for Democracy over the past several years has increasingly received reports from its partners around the world that they've been attacked, arrested, or even killed because of their work on human rights. There are many participants at today's event who have recently experienced these kinds of threats. For example, Nicholas Opio of Uganda, who's on the World Movement for Democracy Steering Committee, was arrested in December as Ugandan authorities were cracking down on civil society and political opposition leading up to the general elections in January. Another example is Esra Abdel Fattah of Egypt, who was one of the opening speakers at the World Movement's 6th Assembly in 2010. Today, she's in jail because of her journalistic work. Nicholas and Esra are from countries that have resilient civil society and human rights defenders, despite the enormous challenges and risks. There are many such places with inspirational democracy movements. I would like to ask each of the panelists very shortly to tell us which human rights movements, which democracy movements that you find particularly inspiring. We'll start with Dr. Aite.
Thank you, Anita, and thank you for inviting me. I'm very delighted to be here and to exchange with your distinguished guest. Your question is a hard question to answer, you know, especially concerning the impact of the pandemic and its consequences on our health, our economy, our freedom, and also our democracies. This year especially marks the 15th consecutive year of decline of global freedom. The countries experiencing deterioration of human rights outnumbered those with improvement. The House of Freedom reported that nearly 75% of the world's population lived in a country that faced deterioration during last year. And democracy is in retreat, according to the latest edition of Democracy Index. And this is not surprising if we look at the increasing number of authoritarians, populists, and nationalist leaders, even within the most mature democracies. I certainly admire and I'm inspired by the top of the class, but overall the top 10 democracies in Europe, United States, and which is finally back to the play field, and of course Canada. But there are reasons to be worried about the situation in the world. Democracy is in decline. That is a fact, and democracy's defenders sustained heavy losses in their struggle against authoritarians, as you just right now said. Fighting for democracies is neither easy nor safe. Now, which human movement inspires me? The answer is more easy because the list is longer and is long. from Asia to Latin America and from Europe to Africa. As president of Liberal International, I can assure you that I personally know so many activists who are imprisoned or persecuted because of their ideology or thought or choice of how to live their lives. Martin Lin from Hong Kong, the father of democracy, Senator Leila de Lima from the Philippines, Kim Soha and Sam Rainsy from Cambodia, and many others. All these activists are standing tall for democracy and dignity, no matter the risks, because each fight is significant, and to deny people their dignity is to deny their human rights. I am personally inspired by many human rights movements, and I salute all the activists because, as the young Greta said, activism works and no one is too small to make a difference. Each fight is important, and to all those who are standing for freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, or climate justice, I will say you are not alone.
Thank you very much. And I think many of those inspiring democracy activists are watching here today. I would like to go to Mr. Reuter to answer who inspires you.
Well, there is not a particular person or a particular organization that inspires me, but I'm inspired every day by the feedback I get from our members who are under threat in different countries, and what we can see all around the world. And Dr. El Haytay just presented it. We can go around the globe, and there is not a continent which would not be exempted from attacks on democracy, which are not only threats against political leaders, political parties, like, for example, we have today the prosecution of the presidential candidates in Nicaragua by the Ortega regime, which is everything than leftist or progressive, which is really putting in danger what remains of participatory democracy in that country. We can go through, and we have actually, in Europe, the example of Belarus, where we have a very, very courageous opposition in spite of all the persecution and the threats, and going to jail. And while you have followed the situation of hijacking a plane in the airspace, which is something which is something we would not have expected before it happened. We can go, Hong Kong was mentioned, we can go to Africa, to the Central African Republic, where our comrades are also persecuted and denied from their civic rights. And we have something, in Europe, which is really astonishing, and I think we should take it serious, what I'm speaking about. There is this new terminology of what is called illiberal democracy by Orban, and also what we see in Slovenia and also in Poland. And I think this is really very, very worrying, because there cannot be any illiberal democracy. The rule of law needs to be the rule of democratic law, because also dictators have their laws and apply them and bring people to tribals, which are everything than democratic. So my admiration goes to those who stand every day for the political convictions, for freedom, for the values, and who also defend trade union movement and civil society movement, and also who stand for progressive political parties or democratic political parties. And therefore, I very much welcome your initiative, because it shall not be, there is not ownership of one political family on this issue. I think we have to go forward in creating larger alliance for defending and promoting democracy. And what better day than, to learn that President Biden just arrived in the United Kingdom and made a statement and said, we have to promote and defend democracy, and he will take an initiative. And I think we shall all be on board. This is important. Yeah. And from Canada, I had yesterday the pleasure to assist to a debate on the Progressive Digital Summit here in Berlin, where the Prime Minister Trudeau was speaking and considering him being a progressive, which shows that what we say, the idea of progressives stand for values and is larger than only one political family. So I think this is why it's good to have this debate, and it's good to start thinking on how we can be broader the approach and bringing together progressive civil society, trade union movement, and political parties who stand for the values of a liberal and not the illiberal democracy.
Thank you very, very much. And now I'll go to Mr. Ormaechea for your perspective. What is it that inspires you in the global movement on human rights and democracy?
Thanks for having me. I guess I would say the people from Hong Kong, and the people from Myanmar are truly inspirational to me these days. Well, they are fighting the fight of their lives, really. They are giving it all for their countries and for their democracy and freedom. I would say, if you ask me which democracy or human rights movement do I see particularly inspiring for me, I would say the movement of Joshua Wong in Hong Kong is a truly inspirational figure to me. And I would say Aung San Suu Kyi as well, despite all, yeah, exactly. Despite all the controversial around her, she has done a lot for democracy in Myanmar. It's undeniable, right? Also, I would say Alexei Navalny in Russia, very brave person. Well, that guy has to confront one of the most dangerous men in the world, you know. So no, he's in jail, but he started something I said Vladimir Putin can't destroy entirely now. And that is a movement for transparency, freedoms, and real democracy in Russia. So I think those figures I currently look up to now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to all three of you for those perspectives. All of you mentioned, of course, some of the negative sides, some of the attacks on human rights defenders, on civil society. And it does seem that those kinds of limits and attacks on democracy are increasing. But at the same time, the international community is struggling to respond to those challenges. In many cases, economic and security interests come into play, and they play a role in deciding how governments react and respond when there are crackdowns on civil society. Authoritarian regimes have become increasingly assertive. Do you think that that's a fair assessment of what is happening in the world? And what are the ways that the international community, that democratic governments might be able to help civil society and human rights activists in authoritarian countries? I will begin with Dr. El Ayiti. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anita. You said fair. No, it's definitely not fair. And you are right. Civic space has come under attack in many countries around the world. And closing civic space now appears to be just one part of much broader pattern of democratic recession and authoritarian resurgence. To counter this trend, international community is responding in many ways, from exerting diplomatic pressure and building international norms and policies to providing emergency funds and shelters for activists. Such is the case with Belarus and the support it got from Ukraine and Lithuania, for example, offering protection to political prisoners. The international response, and you are right, seems stack. Some effort have been undertaken, but appear too limited indeed. And this is due to the increased power that nation states hold because of the populists, the nationalists, the authoritarians, etc. increase. As liberals, we abide by the principle of multilateralism, which means we believe much more in the power of international cooperation rather than the isolated power of the nation state. And we work actively toward that. But we cannot be alone in this. All of the international organizations that believe in our shared future and were established to foster multilateralism need to be united. This is what Connie was saying now. These international institutions should start becoming a strong point of identification. Only then, I believe, we can talk about stronger influence against authoritarian tendencies, which, as you rightly point out now, still remain limited. We need to be united, stronger, and put more pressure, sometimes more restrictions, and sometimes more force. There is no one size fit all. Sometimes sanctions appear to work better, while other times soft diplomatic negotiations seems to be the solution which does least damage. Regardless of what course of action is chosen, we must do it together. If all pro-democratic countries and movements are united in condemning and singling out an authoritarian regime, the effect will naturally be much better.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to Mr. Reuter. Your perspective on the response by the international community.
Yeah, well, it's like the glass of water. The question is it half full or half empty? And it's, let's say, there's not such, and Dr. Leite said it, there's not one size fits all solution. Let's see the different levels. First of all, well, I would say, don't forget a little bit the history, because, well, these movements, movement and counter movement, if you go through the last 50 years or 100 years, this is something which has to do with mankind. And there was never this area and perspective on saying, now we have democracy forever. Some people thought with the fall down of the wall that this would be the end of history. It was not. And when we look in particular to Eastern Europe, well, they got democracy after the fall down of the wall, but some have only a limited interpretation of democracy, which is only economic, but not in terms of civil society, civil and human rights. And this is really a tricky issue. Dr. Leite also mentioned the question of multilateralism, and I said it earlier before. Yes, we, for example, in Progressive Alliance, we have worked on this in the last year, took an initiative of having a larger statement of our members of the political parties in Progressive Alliance, because there's a need for new, renewed multilateralism, and inclusive and a fair multilateralism. And this means also that we have to see what are the different level playing fields. For sure, United Nations with the Security Council, where some can block any vote. We have seen the drama on Syria and other events. There is a necessity of reform, but where do you get the majorities for the reform? But the UN remains inspiring, and the necessity also as an international body. At the European level, well, we have the advantage, we have the European Parliament, and we have a subcommittee on human rights, which is regularly reporting. We have Josep Borrell as High Representative in Europe, and while putting this always on the agenda, but where is the limits? That means, for sure, there is possibility to make declarations, but the question is, what are the other tools? And probably we will come back on this at the later stage. First of all, I think, and this is why the work of Amnesty is so important, is bringing people out, not out of the prison, but out of the shadow, giving faces, giving names, and also for the international support, what we can do and what we did in some cases, like the prosecution that members from our member party in Malaysia were undergoing, and in other countries, at least speaking it out, naming and also shaming, and creating networks of international solidarity. And this is the first step. This is perhaps not satisfying at all levels. For sure, in terms of diplomacy, there are limits. I was always inspired by a former French ambassador, Stéphane Hessel, who was really a historical figure also with the Franco-German past, and a very wise man, not a white, but a wise man. And he also explained that the first thing to do is you have to establish dialogue. And the dialogue, for sure, is sometimes a difficult dialogue. We see this when there's dialogue with China. It is not satisfying because it will not bring more democratic rights immediately, but there should not be a trade-off between economic development and trade policies and leaving behind then the human rights and the civic rights. Therefore, I think we have to differentiate the levels and the actors, and then therefore build a joint strategy out of there.
Thank you very, very much. I'd now like to go to Mr. Omarchea about how you think that democratic countries around the world can assist human rights movements and civil society movements.
What the international community can do for us that live in authoritarian and repressive regimes is quite limited. Although it is important when, for example, the European Parliament imposed sanctions against authoritarian governments, or when the US do the same. For instance, when they freeze the bank accounts from different regime cronies and high-rank officials. But, you know, it is not enough. But I think what the UN Assembly voted for about a month ago is probably going to be very useful in the future. They approved a resolution by majority in favor of the responsibility to protect, meaning the international community now has an obligation to intervene where it is considered some regime is systematically violating human rights at a large scale, meaning genocide or others. Of course, the most authoritarian states voted against it, but it was approved anyway. So yeah, it is a step forward. Also, sharing our experiences internationally, through this kind of conversations, for example, conferences and forums, result to be very inspirational for people around the globe fighting the same or similar causes. An open internet, social media. It is key to share our stories and send them out, so other civil societies can learn about our fight, and we can share lessons from them as well, and so on.
Thank you. And speaking of sharing lessons, we know that within the World Movement for Democracy, we have long encouraged that there be global networks. Particularly, we've seen a number of global networks of parliamentarians, of political parties, civil society, and political leaders. And this kind of sharing and learning that happens through mobilizing in global solidarity through democracy movements, this has often urged democratic governments to act. Dr. El Aite and Mr. Reuter, you represent networks of political parties, Liberal International, which is a network of liberal parties, and the Progressive Alliance, which is a network of social democratic and socialist parties. And Mr. Ormachea, you've been a part of various regional networks of political activists in Latin America, such as the Latin American Youth Network for Democracy. While we are living in this very challenging global environment, how do your networks seek to strengthen democratic unity in democratic-minded political actors? I will start with Dr. El Aite. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anik, for the question. I will take this opportunity to present a little bit Liberal International. Liberal International is represented in all the continent, has 5 regional organizations and count more than 20 international organizations beyond its members, including youth organizations and women organizations. So you can imagine the diversity of our members and the strength and the richness of our network. Bridging this network is in itself very helpful and allow us to be vocal, to reach out on the international institution like the UN, the EU, the African Union, or any other international institution. But working on changing certain authoritarian regimes is not easy and at times not safe as well. So having the backing and support of functioning democracies can go a long way in these instances. In Liberal International, we are very motivated in bridging the North and the South, both in terms of accessibility of opportunities, but also democratic development. Democratic leaders have understood that none of us is safe, stable, and prosperous until all of us are. And so belonging to a network such as Liberal International means that our parties can tap into not only financial resources needed for change, but more importantly in the know-how, a cultivated collective knowledge of progress that can be adapted in different situations and different contexts. LI has developed many programs like Policy Lab, Liberal MEPs online platform, women empowerment programs, political startup incubator, climate justice committee program, and many more in order to articulate our values, share policies, exchange experiences, and strengthen the capacity of our parties. Since recently, we have also started equipping young people with the importance of democratic principles in political leadership, which then get multiplied within their parties and local context through our Ally Academy. Our democratic leaders also are always on the forefront, showcasing that democracies are not only needed, but they actually work combating skepticism and strengthening our common democratic agenda. So we are doing our best.
Thank you very much for that explanation. And I'd like to go to Mr. Reuter to talk about how you see global political party networks playing a role.
Well, I think we come to a situation where we rediscover that there's a way not only to undergo globalization, but to become really active players and also have a role in designing our understanding of globalization and getting it done in a fair way. Because we are not part of the anti-globalization movement. Progressive parties have another approach, and well, there are reformist parties in the sense, so this means we want to make a contribution and make a better world and build this better world together. Progressive Alliance, I will not go back to history, but when it was created in 2013, in critique of the other social democratic socialist international, the dividing point was in particular the question of democracy. Because it was not acceptable for those who created the Progressive Alliance to sit together with the dictators of Tunisia, of Egypt and other countries. So we would not imagine to sit on the same table like Ortega or others today, which is a dividing line. And therefore the relationship to democracy, and I think this is something we have to reappropriate, is much more than only a tactical approach, how to get to power. It is really something which is and needs to be in the DNA of progressive political parties, and therefore we increase and strengthen cooperation. So the understanding of Progressive Alliance, it's a working platform. We work on political topics, and in particular in this year, we have started an intensive work on the different continents on the question of resilient democracies. And it is important to start to have an exchange of what is the situation in Latin America, Asia, in Africa, and also in Europe, and to design a frame for common policies, and to take this time of cooperation, because it doesn't make sense to have meetings at an international level and to vote on sterile resolutions which do not have any impact. So it is really this in understanding what we have, and certainly not only we, is that we need to get together, have these exchanges, have a better common understanding, and then design. And this is the agenda that we have at global level, on the continental level, and at national level. And therefore, well, I can only say for us, democracy is much more than a tactical tool. It's in the DNA, like international solidarity is. And the pandemic has even facilitated cooperation, because like this now, 2 years ago, we knew that the technical possibility would exist, but now we are using it quite every day. And there are days where you start, at least me, starting in the morning in Latin America, in Asia, and ending in the evening, European evening in Latin America. So these are new possibilities. And I think this is really very, very precious. And also the outreach through your world movement, I think this is something which is very helpful for us. We have to fight inequalities. We have to attack those who are putting a hand on democracy and defend our values and our principles. And I think we are not alone in this. Therefore, we can speak on threats, but I remain optimistic.
Thank you so much. And I think today's discussion is a perfect example of that kind of ability to be able to meet virtually, to have these kinds of discussions. So thank you for that. I'd like to go to Mr. Omarchea to talk about the regional and global networks and the role that they can play.
It is crucial to have a vast network of regional and international allies that can make your story visible around the globe, right? Well, the more people around the globe get interested in the reality your country is living, the higher the probabilities that the authoritarian regime you're living in is willing sometimes to dialogue or to soften its actions against you or against your movement, or maybe to permit more transparent elections in an electoral process, not that rigged, or sometimes because all the international eyes are on them, they behave more or less as Democrats for a period of time, because they are afraid of, how bad are they being seen for the international community eyes, or their neighbors, regional neighbors. Well, I mean, it's not always like that. Like in Cuba or Venezuela, nothing seems to have an effect on them these days. But in other moments, all the networking and preparation, outside for the activists and political leaders, political opposition leaders, was very important to defend democracy in those countries. For example, Casla Institute and Juventud LAC in Latin America are doing a great job preparing young Latin American leaders that come from different authoritarian contexts, especially from Venezuela, Bolivia, Cuba, and Nicaragua. They teach them to fight back peacefully and democratically, and to prepare for managing a political transition from dictatorship to democracy in the near future, if it's the case, right? So there's that.
Well, thank you very much for that. And that leads to another topic, which is once we have strengthened the unity among like-minded democratic political leaders, what are the tools, what are the things that those leaders, that we as leaders are able to do to help those democracy movements in places like China, Russia, Egypt? What are the tools that we have, and how can we build solidarity? I would give, for example, in Canada, one of the things we're looking at right now is creating an immigration stream for human rights defenders specifically. Other things include friendship groups of our parliament with other parliaments around the world, and also pairing individual parliamentarians with others. For example, I am officially paired with Senator Leila de Lima of the Philippines, and being able to then make statements and work across parliaments to try to build that kind of solidarity. What kinds of tools do you see that can be used so that these like-minded countries, these democratic countries and legislators and political party leaders are able to help those in authoritarian countries? I'll start with Dr. El Aite. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anita, and congratulations what you are doing within the parliamentarian platform, and also for Leila de Lima, whom I really cherish very much. I remember my visit to her in jail in the Philippines some years ago, together with our previous president, and I can tell you that it was not safe and not easy. So making a long-lasting democratic change in countries occupied by authoritarian regimes is not easy, nor it is fast. So it will take time. Many times it's also life-threatening for those at the forefront, and we have many examples. We saw our MEPs, EU MEPs, impeached to board. I was stopped in some countries and impeached to access to the country. So we know that it's not always easy. So in offering support, we must be cautious to the context, and we always tailor our actions with the consent from those we are supporting. Practical tools for change depend on the region in question. For Eastern Europe, at MENA, and you know the situation there. We first ensure that the opposition forces of the regime are members of our network, and we have built and we are trying to build, because this is not still the same. We have already a network of the Arab liberals, but they are operating under very difficult conditions and situations, so it's not very easy for them to be powerful. So they can also we also try to offer not only financial resources, the resources we have to our members, but we try to offer them our network. Then when we try to raise awareness of the issues they are facing, both publicly, but also bringing their story in high-level political spaces. We travel to the country to show support of democratic movements, and we co-organize important advocacy events where we lobby the international community to recognize and support these regions. By the way, our friend spoke about Alexei Navalny or about Aung San Suu Kyi, whom is awarded by the Prize of Freedom of Liberal International. So we try to make them visible and to make the issue visible. For example, in Belarus and Russia, we have worked very closely with both the opposition parties in raising awareness and offering support to the Opposition Coordination Council through our members' party in the Parliament of Canada and UK. Yesterday, a statement by the ALDE party bureau on the situation in Russia was agreed, denouncing the recent situation in Russia and condemning the constant reprisals against dissident voices to the regime. Just to tell you, ALDE party is the alliance of all the liberals in Europe, and it's represented in the EU Parliament by Renew Europe, which is the third force in the EU Parliament. So we are trying to make these voices heard in the international organization, especially the EU and the UN. In Nicaragua, for example, where the Ortega regime has detained and imprisoned opposition activists, ELI has appealed to the European Parliament and Organization of United States. Our former president, Hans Van Balen, was even asked to leave Nicaragua. In Georgia recently, where ELI directly engaged with the opposition parties and mediators to support the passing of an agreement and the parliamentary boycott to restore the functioning of the parliament in Georgia. Okay. China is another, I will end with China because it's important. It's a different strategic priority for us, considering its geopolitical relevance and the unprecedented growth. In this instance, we work closely with the parties in the regions since they are impacted by China influences like Taiwan, like all the Asian liberal in Asia. And through our working group on fair trade, considering China's growing economic power and lack of respect for human rights and democratic principles which go hand in hand. We have been unconditional supporters of the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong, recognizing it as an entry point to difficult and complicated change, and have followed with great worry the imprisonment of political activists.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very concrete examples of the kinds of things that we can do and the tools that we can use. I'll go to Mr. Reuter now about what kinds of tools are you using? What are some lessons for others?
Well, I would not say lessons for others, but there are tools and there are also limits. First of all, there's the tool of international diplomacy, and well, as a political party of social democrats and socialists, we have governments, governmental leaders who have an impact in international institutions and also who meet in person, those who represent, well, Russia, China, and that would make the difference with Egypt. So there is a limit in it, but it's a necessary complementarity. There is an arsenal of sanctions, but this would take more than 3 minutes to speak on this, well, the effectiveness, and I think we have to make always an impact assessment on the immediate and short-term impact of such sanctions or on the long-term effects. And for sure, what we can observe that the relationship with Russia and China is a very, very tricky one because they are global players and they are it's not only concerning what is the situation in their countries, they are very active also outside of Russia. And we know it's not a secret that Russia is financing armies of trolls who are very active in the public sphere of the social media. We know also on the interventions and support they give to right-wing and fascist movements. We know also the problems with China interfering also in the sphere which was before considered being a public sphere of progressives. So I think that their arsenal is limited in a way, but there is no alternative to having a dialogue, to think on sanctions, and to creating public and raise public awareness. And this can only go through strengthening also the international institutions. And I think the good thing for us, at least, we always can base our work on a triangle, which is a triangle between political parties from our family, trade union movement, and civil society. And as such, I think there are opportunities, but it's difficult, and in particular difficult what we know also in the 3 countries, any support that you can give from outside of these countries and including Egypt is considered as a foreign support, and this is a criminal act for many of the actors, and this makes it really very, very difficult.
Thank you so much for that perspective. I'd like to go to Mr. Ormaechea now, just to talk about the kinds of things that democratic leaders can do around the world in order to help those human rights defenders and democracy defenders in authoritarian states.
Well, probably besides declarations, public condemnations, and economic sanctions, I guess I would say, given that no one wants to military intervene in another country just because they are authoritarian, well, not all the time at least, I would say probably the best thing the people and the democratic governments can do to support democratic movements and parties around the globe is to share their story, talk about it, and maybe try to find ways to fund the resistance movement. The dictator is always going to say we are being paid by foreign intruders, by the American empire and all that nonsense. But it doesn't really matter. They always say the same. So if you can find a way to finance democratic movement, via crowdfunding or to some NGOs or think tanks or foundations to support us, through the international cooperation. Many parties have a international cooperation institution in many countries in the world. It would always be very helpful for us that we fight every day against this authoritarian regime.
Thank you very much. And the final topic to bring up today is that through many of our discussions and through many testimonies and reports from around the world, we are seeing that democracy appears to be in decline, that civic space is shrinking, not just in authoritarian countries, but also in some democratic countries. And it can sometimes be a little bit difficult to be hopeful. My final question and topic for discussion is, where do we look to find hope? how do we build that democratic momentum globally, and what kinds of things can we do to make sure that we can have hope and opportunity? And I'll go to all three of you for the final round, starting with Dr. El Aite. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anita. You did already, Anita, today. We can say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening through this meeting. So we are connecting together and working together between internationals who are sharing the same goal and the same objective. So when you are a fighter, you never give up, and when you are persistent, then the whole environment organizes in a way to support your fight. This is what I will say. Is there an opportunity for change? Yes, definitely. We are hopeful. Many Democrats around the world are standing for the same goals, and this is what we are doing during this meeting. We are standing to counter the authoritarian regimes, the populists, the destroyers of democracy. I was very happy to listen to President Biden saying yesterday, specifically to China and Russia, that he attended the G7 meeting to affirm that the partnership between the EU and the United States is now going to get even stronger. Democrats need to be vocal, and they need to be loud and must build the momentum. Political parties and civil societies should be the trustworthy guide that lead the people through the change. And this is what we are trying to do. And if we do it together, we will be stronger. And in this constant changing global and digital world where humanity is facing pandemic with its devastating social and economical consequences, and where climate change is challenging our civilization, we are holding on hope for dear life. We must be hopeful, as only through hope we are able to mobilize for change. And now that we are relaunching our economy, relaunching our lives, I think that we have the opportunity to build better and to be hopeful.
Well, thank you very much for such a positive intervention. I'd like to go now to Mr. Reuter. Where do we find hope?
Well, where do we find hope? It's where do we see it? And we need to open their eyes and get a historical understanding. Well, as a German, European German, but nevertheless global German, and also inspired by France.
No one is perfect.
Well, it's not a historical mistake to be a German in these times. But seriously, well, I'm inspired by the philosophers, by Kant and by Descartes, because we do not need to forget the dialectics of things. If there is pressure, there's counter pressure. If there's action, there's counter action. And it is clear if there is a threat to democracy, there are movements emerging and we can support as political parties. Or if we are in the battlefield itself, yeah, for sure, we know also that we are not alone. If you look to the history, like the famous Sophie Scholl or others, they knew, even if they were in jail under Nazi time, they knew they were not alone. They had to believe in mankind. And I think this is really, it's very important. Therefore, our historical references are like, well, we can say in Europe, Willy Brandt, for example, we can say Olaf Palme and many others. I think this is really challenging. This is inspiring. We should not forget that we have role models, that we have example references all over the world. And I take my inspiration, my hope from what I see in our network, in those who stand up for the values and those who stand up for democracy. We have also hope that which is nourished if you see new movements emerging, yeah, like the climate action networks and others. We have a very strong LGBTI movement. There is always a backslash on this movement, but nevertheless, there is emerging. And I think this is good, that this is not, we also need not to reinvent ourselves, but let's say, get an understanding that if there are new forms, there are new movements that will emerge. And I think, to conclude for me, well, it's not a hope, but I'm very much convinced that even if we are in a situation where some think that we can have economic prosperity without democracy, this is completely wrong. What we need is not market-conform democracies, but democracy-conform markets. And in this way, yeah, and I think in this way, if we can continue these dialogues and really getting not only on an exchange like we had today, and thank you again very much for this, but if we can really get to something is building together a common agenda, a global agenda, this really could make the difference. There is an opportunity, but we know also, taking the example of the last elections in the US and in other countries, it is not given. You have to fight for it. You cannot wait for getting democracy. You have to fill it out with lives. And therefore we need this triangle: progressive political parties, democratic political parties, with the trade union movement and with progressive civil society. And I think therefore there is hope. And let's look positive to the future. It depends on us and on the new generations coming after us.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your reference to history as a historian by training, and also the new generations. I'll go to Mr. Ormaechea for the final word. What is it that brings you hope?
Well, democracy comes in waves, you know. Sometimes the way is low, sometimes the way is high. So there's always room, I think, for hope, because you know, no one in the world really gives up on his or her basic freedom. You know, it's only natural to always want to be more free and more equal. So people are always going to find a way to fight for democracy. In my view, every dictator in the world is doomed. Sooner or later, is going to fall. They're always fall. Always. We saw it throughout history, talking about history. Maybe I am not going to see my country free and fully democratic, but I'm sure my children or my grandchildren will. So if that happens, all our struggle and all our fight for freedom and human rights will have worth it.
Well, thank you very, very much. And I really do appreciate all of the panelists and the discussion today. I think that often what we've learned today is that often we underestimate the power of our platform, that as political leaders, as political parties, as parliamentarians, the voice that we have, but especially when that voice is amplified. When we make a 1-minute statement in our legislature, it can resonate around the world. But imagine if all of us made a 1-minute statement at the same time, all of us from different countries and different continents, the kind of power that that has. And the networks that you all belong to, and of course the World Movement for Democracy itself as a movement and global network that brings us all together. And if we can't be together in person, at least we're together virtually. I would just like to end by saying that we started this discussion asking each of you who inspires you. And I can tell you that after the discussion, all 3 of our panelists today, all of you, inspire me very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anita. Thank you so much. And I hope that our audience will be inspired too.
Thank you.
And I hope to meet all of you again. Thank you very much for this debate. So important.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Stay healthy and safety.
Stay healthy. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Gladys Changachirere. I'm the founding director of the Institute for Young Women Development, which promotes the participation of young women in decision-making and politics in Zimbabwe. I'm also the founding coordinator of the African Women Leaders Forum and a proud member of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy. I will be moderating this session, and I'm looking forward to insightful conversations from my panelists. We are going to have a conversation around understanding and designing the 21st century solidarity. As we engage in this conversation, it is really our hope that at the end of it, we would have managed to make sure that we unpack, as well as to have everyone understand contemporary strategies for facilitating effective solidarity in our different countries as well as across the globe. To have this conversation, I am joined by two respected civil society leaders. I have with me Antoine Bernard. Antoine Bernard is the Director of Global Advocacy and Strategic Litigation, and he is the Deputy Director General of Reporters Without Borders, a faculty member at Sciences Po School of International Affairs, a senior fellow at Institute for Advanced Judicial Studies. He serves as a board member for the Syrian Center for Media and Freedom of Expression. He is also the Secretary General of the Women's Home La Maison des Femmes in Saint Denis, and jury member of the Simone Veil Award for Gender Equality. Welcome, Antoine. I also have with me here Daria Kalenyuk. Daria is the co-founder and executive director of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, a powerful national organization that has shaped Ukraine's anti-corruption legislation and efforts. She also serves as a member of the Council of Public Oversight at the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. She specializes in international legal mechanisms for combating corruption, particularly on returning the stolen assets and tools for countering the money laundering practices. Welcome, Daria.
Thank you.
And welcome everyone to this discussion. In an earlier session today, panelists discussed the limitations of international community to support democracy movements due to the current global political context. They also emphasized the importance of multilateral platforms and networks, like networks of political parties, networks of young political actors, to not just express solidarity via collective statements, but also facilitate peer-to-peer and intergenerational learning and training. An example we had earlier on is of the Canadian Parliament, where one of the parliamentarians, where some of the Canadian MPs are paired with fellow parliamentarians at risk in different countries. For example, my fellow member of the World Movement Steering Committee, Anita van den Belde, who is a Canadian MP, is paired with Filipino Senator Leila de Lima. Senator Lima is a vocal critic of President Rodrigo Duterte, and she has been in jail since 2017 on politically motivated allegations. Whenever Anita has a chance, she raises concerns about the imprisonment of Senator de Lima. To discuss how we should design and mobilize effective solidarity among democracy advocates, we have the two civil society leaders that I have introduced earlier on. Now I want to turn to you, my respected speakers. It seems there are a lot of political crises happening around the world today. Democracy movements in so many places are under attack: Burma, Belarus, Hong Kong, Nicaragua, Russia, and Egypt. It is a long list of countries where the world movement's partners and colleagues are in danger. What solidarity actions have you been part of, in the recent months and years that you may want to share with us? I want to start with Antoine. Antoine, can you respond to this question?
Thank you, Glenys, and it's a real pleasure to be all together and try to share our ideas on these new forms of solidarity. To answer your question, there are many ones, but what I want to highlight is that in the list of countries that you referred to, it should also be noticed that human rights defenders, journalists, civil societies are not only under attack, they have been mobilizing. And this for me is the most important. And this is the reason why they have been under attack. But the most striking may be that in the past 2-3 years, civil society mobilization, civic movements have developed and sustained action in an maybe unprecedented number of countries worldwide for so long. The price paid is very high, and indeed solidarity is very much needed. Among different examples, I would refer to maybe a well-known campaign, which is the Hold the Line Coalition in support to Filipino journalist Maria Ressa. And Maria will be participating to one of our other panels, so I won't enter too much into details, but that's a worldwide solidarity campaign through, in particular, social networks, but it's multifaceted also. It includes legal mobilization, etc. I've been spending a lot of energy with many colleagues trying to support fellow journalists stay, but when not possible, escape. In particular, recently, Syria, and when I say recently, for the past basically nearly 10 years, you were asking about the last years, that's the example, but also from Myanmar. Now, I want to conclude that first intervention with one other example, which is the type of fighting back solidarity, which I think is extremely important, and that I'm relating to the strategic litigation we've been developing in favor of Roman Petrasovic, the young Belarusian journalist who was and has been arbitrarily detained and tortured by Lukashenko. Following the hijacking of the plane, of the Ryanair plane on 23 May last, we were able with RSF, Reporters Without Borders, to file a lawsuit based on universal jurisdiction in Lithuania before the general prosecutor. The charges based in Lithuanian law relate to hijacking with terrorist purpose, which is in fact what Lukashenko has been organizing, and according to all findings, but in actually our findings based in that lawsuit. And the good news is that the investigation has been opened by the General Prosecutor of Lithuania on that very basis, legal basis, hijacking with terrorist purpose. And it means that for the first time, maybe an acting head of state practicing terror on his on the civilian population of his country, and in particular the journalistic population, journalists among civilian population, is being charged or is being investigated for terrorism. And that my most recent example I want to flag today.
Thank you very much, Antoine, for that response, as well as spotlighting the Hold the Line campaign that you have done as part of your solidarity actions towards Maria Ressa. And it's really good that Maria is speaking on one of the panel discussions during this assembly, and we'll get to hear more from them as well. Now, I want to turn to you, Daria. In addition to your response around, the solidarity actions that you've been part of, could you share your observation of how Ukraine civil society groups have expressed or acted in solidarity for pro-democracy movements in Belarus?
Sure, I will be happy to respond, Gladys. In Ukraine, we had Revolution of Dignity in 2014, and 100 people were murdered in the central square in Kiev. And we had support, solidarity from so many countries, including from neighboring countries, and also from across the world. And we recall that moments when similar situations are happening in other countries. When Movement for Democracy started in Hong Kong, we were very moved with Hong Kong activists who used actually a documentary winter documentary about Revolution of Dignity to encourage activists. Our modest solidarity was simply to support Hong Kong activists through our social media, saying that we deeply care on this other part of the world about what's going on in Hong Kong. Because it's actually the fight for democracy, the fight for human rights, and the fight against autocracy. In terms of Belarus, we are very close to Belarus people. Ukrainians and Belarusians, we share a lot. We share joint history, we share very similar culture, and 80 years of totalitarian regime, which was intimidating our population and which was intimidating entire, elite, political, cultural, educational elite. Therefore, we deeply care of what is happening in Belarus, and our practical support in solidarity for Belarusians is simply to support their cause. And what we can do from our side, from Anti-Corruption Action Center, we support the request of Belarus activists for personal sanctions, which has to be imposed against money holders of Lukashenko regime, against oligarchs who are receiving enormous profits from being partners of this autocrat. And we believe that personal sanctions against them, against their family members who reside on the West, will have impact and will return some, justice to which Belarus activists are aspiring. In Ukraine, we also have human rights organizations who are trying to support Belarus activists who have to run away from Belarus and who don't have visas to the EU. They can freely run away to Ukraine and feel here more or less safe, like at home. I would also want to mention Russia. We have very complicated relationships with Russia. Russia runs the war against Ukraine. But I deeply care about Russian movement for democracy, particularly those activists and various opposition leaders who are challenging the regime of Putin, the oligarchic kleptocratic regime he set up. They deserve support. And we believe that their call for personal sanctions against Putin money holders is also important. And we think that this is something practical, what the West could do in order to help civil society movement in both Belarus and Russia and in Ukraine, actually, to win this fight for democracy.
Thank you very much for that. That's quite profound. That as activists and civil society organizations, we are able to send that message of resilience, message of hope, to our fellow activists when they're under attack, just to say, look, we are here, we care, and we are watching you and we are supporting you. As an activist myself, I know how valuable that is in terms of strengthening the spirit and actions of activists across the world. And I think I've also seen similar actions coming to Zimbabwean activists, as well as us also giving that cross-border solidarity to our counterparts when they are under attack. I want to mention in particular, as we have this conversation, what we've been experiencing in Zimbabwe. Since the start of the pandemic, the space for organizing amongst civil society activists as well as organizations is continued to shrink. And of course, we've been seeing the space shrinking even before. But when things really get bad and, we are all locked out and the state is descending on activists, it's a moment where you really, expect support from anywhere around the world, because it's that voice that matters at a time when everything is, shut down. I want to really commend, the support that was given to civil society and young women political activists in Zimbabwe who went through torrid times of persecution, abduction, rape, experiencing all forms of sexual violence from the state, just in the name of them having violated COVID-19 regulations. We have 3 young women leaders from, the Movement for Democratic Change, part of whom have been part of civil society initiatives, to promote human rights as well as, advance gender equality. And when they were being brutalized by the state, we really saw tremendous support coming from all corners of the continent as well as even the world. I remember very well, the hashtag Zimbabwean Lives Matter, deriving from African Lives Matter, as part of the entire Black Lives Matter campaign, actually being popular and being used to, trending as part of giving solidarity to, those young women activists, as well as some who've been under attack during the COVID-19 pandemic. And just like we received that, in my organization at the Institute for Young Women Development, we really felt that, it's quite important for us to give the same to other countries. And so when we saw protests happening in Nigeria, the End SARS campaigns, where the police were actually violating, innocent protesters simply demanding for their freedoms and rights, we were actually compelled, to be part of the broader community of the Nigerians and call for the end for the violations in support of the End SARS. And I think we also did the same as well, when the protests were happening in Namibia, around the Shut It All Down campaigns. So this, I think, for me as an activist, really demonstrates the power of solidarity, because what we then see at the end of all these solidarity actions that we do is either you get to have governments either succumbing to our demands, because they're coming from all over the world, they're coming from all over, different places, they succumb and then they end up releasing these people, or at least, the way they deal with them, they know they're being watched. So this is quite profound that you've shared as well, Daria, around the support that you've been giving to Belarusians, as well as what you've also, been receiving in Ukraine. As we continue with this conversation, I want to come back to you again, Antoine. Solidarity actions that we have seen, include not only providing support for those at risk, but also working together on specific challenges. It could be as simple as sharing offices just to reduce, the cost of rentals, especially in a context where funding is reducing in the shrinking resources periods that we are found in. Actually, this was discussed during the recent African regional meeting of the World Movement that we had. Another example, Daria's group hosts a big anti-corruption conference called Zero Corruption Conference every year. It brings together activists and political leaders, not only from Ukraine, but also other countries from the region, as well as other democracies. Daria, could you kindly explain what your organization does and how you use the Zero Corruption Conference, and maybe the other activities as well that you do to mobilize like-minded actors to work in solidarity?
Sure, I'll be happy to describe that. Well, our organization is focusing on tackling grand political corruption, in building various strong institutions, independent institutions in Ukraine, which can resist graft, which can actually ensure justice. We are also focusing on following dirty money across the world and trying to block suspicious activities, suspicious transactions of senior officials and oligarchs who are engaged in corruption. And we're doing that for already 7 or 8 years. I think we've learned something that we can share. And in Ukraine, after the Revolution of Dignity, there was an opportunity for pushing for some reforms, like, you know, we pushed hard for the asset disclosure system for public officials, and it works well. Now we have one of the most profound system of disclosure of assets of public officials, which is of interest for many other activists and pro-democracy fighters across the world. It's been an interest in Moldova, in Armenia, and we have invited representatives from these countries to the Zero Corruption Democracy in Action conference last week to share our experience. And the Armenians were coming. They visited the National Anti-Corruption Preventive Commission of Ukraine, the agency which was set up after the Revolution of Dignity, and exchanged some experience. And I was very happy that the Armenian delegation actually composed of former activists who entered government when there was the window of opportunities in Armenia. And I think that's the purpose of our Zero Corruption Democracy in Action conference, to share success stories and lessons learned in fighting for democracy and in tackling corruption and dirty money flows. I also think that corruption and vicious circle of corruption, transborder dirty money flows, and strategic corruption, these issues are behind many struggle across the world. Either it is in Africa or in Asia or in Europe, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, or in Latin America or in North America. And I think that joining efforts together in tackling corruption and finding very innovative solutions which citizens can take to expose corruption and to make problems for corrupt officials. This is something that helps our world to get better. And fighting corruption in Ukraine successfully means also changing something on the West. It means also changing how various enablers, lawyers, PR firms, consultants who are being hired by oligarchs behave in the United States or in Austria or in Switzerland. The world is very much interconnected. And solidarity for me means that people from developing world and people from developed democracies have to work together, because democracy is not something given for granted. It has to be democracy in action. People, both in developing world and in developed countries, they have to move. They have to protect human rights. They have to protect dignity. They have to protect justice. And this is where, you know, our cooperation is so important. So basically that's the purpose of Democracy in Action Zero Corruption Conference. I hope next year we will be able to run it in person. This year it was in a hybrid format. Let's exchange our strategies, what works, what doesn't work. I believe that innovative solutions are able to emerge during such exchange.
Quite interesting and really profound for me, you know, Daria, because when you talk of corruption, you know, I think in Zimbabwe and other African states, this is one of the cancers that we have, you know, one of the most difficult issues that we as human rights activists are struggling to tackle, because the very governments that are supposed, you know, to be protecting us are the ones that are oppressing us, because we are challenging the oppression, the corruption that they are doing, and they really do their best to make sure that where you try to surface corruption issues, either you get arrested and silenced that way. So as you talk about, you know, how you're also engaging other countries to make sure that, you know, resources expatriated in other countries by corrupt leaders are, you know, withheld and sent back to Ukraine or the countries where they are supposed to actually be used. Are you getting, you know, positive responses and feedback, especially from foreign governments, some of whom I think would be part and parcel, you know, of supporting these regimes that are actually, you know, that are that corrupt? You know, you mentioned the issue of Russia, for example, is problematic. If you are to take your cases of corruption to Russia, and challenge resources, taken to Russia to come back to Ukraine. How's been the responses, from those foreign governments like Russian government?
Obviously, we are not talking to Russian government because it is not a democratic government. It is a hijacked state by Putin and oligarchs whom he is control. But we contact with the United States government, with the government of Switzerland, with the UK, with the EU member states, and this is where money from Putin regime goes. And this is where Putin invests resources robbed from his people into penetrating to financial and political system on the West. And then he uses this dirty money in order to challenge the entire idea of liberal democracy. He's saying democracy is obsolete. And okay, if democracy is obsolete, what is the alternative? Terror? Dictatorship, autocracy, where anyone can kill, when the leader can kill anyone, rape anyone, torture anyone. We in Ukraine lived under such a state for 80 years. We don't want it anymore. And I bet Belarusians also don't want it anymore. So therefore we believe in democracy. Therefore we believe in the united actions of the developed world. We believe in the joint, our aspiration is to join the European Union. I understand that it's probably not relevant for countries in Africa or in Latin America, but those countries which are well developed, when there is human rights, when there is dignity, when rule of law works, they actually attract money of crooks and kleptocrats and autocrats across the world. I think many corrupt officials from Africa probably like to spend their money in Australia. I've heard that they invest funds into some real estate there. And if they are untouchable, if these crooks are untouchable in their home countries, like in Equatorial Guinea, the dictator is there for decades. And my friend Tutu Alicante is, unfortunately, he can't live in Equatorial Guinea, but he lives in the United States, and he works hard in order to create problems for dictator of his homeland in developed countries, and it is very successful. It's been very successful so far in cooperation with the United States. Unfortunately, not all developed countries are focusing that much on strategic corruption and transborder corruption. I'm happy that for the United States, it's now the matter of the core threat to national security. It was just released a week ago that corruption is one of the core pillars in foreign policy and in national policy in the United States under Biden administration. So I suspect that all agencies across the US government will be tasked with very specific things which they have to do in order to tackle transborder corruption. And I expect similar acts and similar policy solutions in other developed countries, in Canada, in Switzerland, in the EU member states, in Australia. We got to use that corruption as just the issue of very poor countries and dictatorship, but it's also a problem of rich countries, because when dirty money are being absorbed from the source country, they are being placed into developed country. And there is the entire group of people and professionals who are helping to hide this money, who are helping to launder and whitewash reputation of groups. And in order to change that side of the equation of strategic corruption, there has to be certain action from the destination countries of corruption, these countries on the West.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly a problem both ways. The countries where the money is originating, as well as the countries where the money is being deposited. So I think from what you're saying, the Biden policy around corruption, I mean, I think for me inspires a lot of hope in how the developed world can start acting, to influence the behavior of these corrupt regimes. As we continue this conversation, I want to paint, a picture where we have a conversation around, the importance of multi-stakeholder coalitions, amplifying voices of civil society, human rights activists at a multilateral or multi-stakeholder platform is a very concrete, action of solidarity. Antoine, you and your colleagues at the Reporters Without Borders has been working with other civil society organizations, governments, business, particularly tech companies, to build a united front to tackle challenges imposed by information technologies on democracy. Could you tell us more about, the coalition, the International Forum of Information and Democracy? How do you make sure that governments and tech companies are in solidarity with and on these issues of disinformation and technologies?
Sure. I will try to answer your two questions and maybe make the connection with Daria's in your own previous word, because I think it relates a lot to the same problematic. If we would listen to predators, kleptocrats, illiberals, their reputation, the representation they give of themselves is perfect, is absolutely perfect. And they build that representation using, including manufactured disinformation. It has reached such a stage, and this is the problem, where we could fear freedom of opinion is at stake, not freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is being used and actually, in a way, abused by those predators so much that facts don't appear anymore as the basis for the public debate. And I can quote Hannah Arendt from 1968, "There is no freedom of opinion if the debate is not based on facts." The question is all the most pressing when we consider the situation of press freedom today in the world. We are basically not more than 10% of the world population able to enjoy press freedom in our own countries. And we know that disinformation circulates 6 times faster than reliable information. That's the problem. If we are to mobilize as co-citizens, fellow citizens, for kleptocrats, corrupt leaders to actually be unveiled and accountable before independent courts, then we need to have a debate which is based on facts. And this has been less and less happening. To confront that problem, we thought that complementary international standards were needed, because we can't find a specific answer to such a situation in positive human rights law or international law or domestic laws. We need a bit more thinking on this, in thinking that puts together knowledge and experience from many circles and everywhere in the world. Surely not only lawyers, surely not only journalists, but tech people, economists, business world, all civil society. And when we look at where to go to have such standards considered, brainstormed, we can see that the normal places for that, UN, regional organizations, don't offer the proper political arena because they're stuck. They're stuck in the new power mapping of the world. So it doesn't mean that we should abandon them. We should be there, but we should imagine altogether alternative ways to circumvent the obstacle. And this is an invitation to build further multi-stakeholder platforms and create a kind of new multilateralism, which is based on our human rights core universal principles, but we can freely elaborate on this. That is the reason why we launched the Initiative for Information and Democracy. And through such multi-stakeholder approach, deliver first a declaration, then a partnership on information and democracy, offering some revisited and sometimes new principles for the public debate in the digital world to find a governance that would allow the public debate to happen and for reliable information to be the one that us fellow citizens based our thinking on, forge our opinions on. This partnership to date has been endorsed by 42 states from different regions. It's a moving process and it's backed up by an inter-NGO civil society organization, the Forum on Information and Democracy, of which ambition is to be to this problematic, to information and democracy, why the IPCC, the International Panel on Climate Change, is to climate issues. A place of permanent, renewed thinking in a field where technology moves very, very, very fast, but which is also fully connected to the major powers of our days. Now, this takes me to your second question, which is how to ensure that government and tech companies are in solidarity on such an issue as democracy and information or disinformation. Well, that's a very challenging question. We can say that for some nearly 20 years, they have been in a kind of solidarity, because that solidarity was based on a concept from 1996 in the Communication Decency Act in the US, and then the correlative laws in the EU and in many countries, that such platforms should not be accountable to nothing, with maybe one exception. But I mean, the principle of no accountability. And this has led to 20 years of development of the law of the jungle in the digital space, not only because it has been fantastic for citizens' mobilization, of course, but also it has led to the situation now of manufacturing disinformation. In that sense, there was a type of solidarity. Laws were made by governments and platforms were very happy with that. Now, that status quo has been changing. We know all what have been the events until very recently about the need to change and introduce some accountability of businesses, in particular of the platforms. In some new law is emerging for that. The question of bringing solidarity of the platforms in these new laws is a big question. Some of them say they are in favor of and they need such developments. Are they sincere is not the question. They are profitable companies, that's all. But they may find their interest in having some such type of new rules coming up and emerging. And this is what the forum is trying to look for through putting on the table very specific recommendations, bringing together, as I said, really colleagues, people, organizations from all over the world, including Maria Ressa, for instance, whom we've been speaking about, like 250 recommendations on fighting disinformations. Tomorrow will be released, so tomorrow will be 16 June, will be released the second report on media sustainability for a new deal for journalism. In that these proposals aim at providing material to precisely build that, if not solidarity, convergence of interest between these different powers for us, eventually, the beneficiaries, citizens, to be able to, at a minimum, distinguish in the public digital space between what relates to disinformation, propaganda, ads, and what relates to reliable information. That's a minimum for us to be able to access such information and forge our opinion.
Very, very important indeed, Antoine, because, I can imagine if you were not doing this work in a context where even, journalists, media practitioners, working to defend and promote human rights, are being violated on a day-to-day basis, while, these autocratic states are actually, busy manufacturing false information, they're promoting disinformation. It would really be very, very difficult, to try and address that challenge while at the same time, continue to advocate for the upholding of, press freedoms. So this is quite important work that you are doing. And I like how you, within this, frame of work, have also gone outside the box, to collaborate and think of cooperations with other, unusual kind of suspects or actors in the context of democracy, having business as being part of that, tech companies, these are usually outside, our human rights ambit, but yet they do have a very important role, to play to ensure that we do address issues around, press freedoms, as well as, the safety of the digital space and its continued, support for democracy. So in line with, this thinking around unusual kind of suspects or unusual actors, over the years, the World Movement for Democracy has been exploring, these unusual suspects to bring into the democracy, space. For the past 3 years, the World Movement has actually worked with several musicians in West Africa, creating an informal network of democratically minded musicians to support each other and engage with civic activism along with civil society organizations in the region. The musicians have produced music together, and with their music, they go to local radio stations and discuss democracy, human rights, corruption, and so on. Actually initiating debates around, democracy from people who don't usually speak, democracy issues. You can listen to their music on the World Movement's YouTube channel. The project that we are proud of, for me as a steering committee member of the World Movement for Democracy, is called Music as a Messenger for Democracy. We are concerned about artists increasingly being attacked. In Cuba, Egypt, and other countries, they have introduced laws to limit only on civic space, but also to limit not only civic space, but also artistic space. The networks of artists like the one in the West African region that I've talked about are therefore important, ways to build solidarity among them as artists, as well as with others and other broader democracy activists. Artists is not, art in the work of democracy is not new. But we need to think more strategically about how to work with artists and help them become part of our civil society movements in a way that builds on the work that they are doing, while democracy benefits, from the work that artists do. And I thought that, as Antoine mentioned, working with different actors, it's quite important to also highlight this work that the World Movement for Democracy has been doing, working with artists who are not usually part of the civil society activists. Now coming back to you, Antoine, in the recent past, you discussed the importance of engaging with local governments, cities, provinces, or states in advanced democracies, not necessarily their national governments. Could you please elaborate on this thinking?
Yes, very, very briefly, it's part of what you call the out-of-the-box strategizing. But in fact, I don't know if it's very original. When the ordinary road is stopped, the highway is blocked because of the power mapping, we need to look everywhere. In fact, solidarity happens both both for protection or defensive reasons and mobilizations. That's one example. For instance, local governments and cities in many countries in the world mobilizing to host human rights defenders having to rest and respite or to escape. We know, and this is very true, of how many states resist implementing the right to political asylum. And this is true, and real battles have to happen. But we know also how much local governments, cities, very small cities sometimes, and people locally mobilize to actually contribute to protecting refugees, journalists, human rights defenders, and this type of experience have to be highlighted. On a more proactive side, I was very impressed by the mobilization of cities, capital cities, but not only capitals, about climate change. And we even saw new networks or even international organizations created only with the mobilization of such local governments. Remember when Trump decided that the US would de-sign the Paris Agreement on climate change? There was a mobilization of many important cities, including in California, that said that they would continue, they would remain members of this international network of big cities. And all in all, it was maybe more important and more practical and operational than having a federal state, notwithstanding the very important political symbol, and more than political, of having the US federal state back on stage into the Paris Agreement. So this was just briefly to highlight how much in our quest for allies, supporters of democracy, universal standards, we do need to look for allies and friends and supporters everywhere. And I'm deeply convinced that this is and remains the aspiration and deep commitment of the huge majority of the population that knows what we're speaking about or is aware of what democracy means and enjoying it and aspire to enjoying it. Otherwise, why would we see so many sustained movements, mobilization movements of our fellow citizens in the world in so many countries, taking so many risks to actually boost positive change? And for me, that's the very fundamental message that we need to keep about building international solidarities. It is wanted. Democracy is wanted, and solidarity has been in action and is in action.
And talking of building allies, especially with local governments, recently the state of Massachusetts in the United States introduced a law, restricting state government entities from receiving services from companies that are doing business with Burma and Myanmar. Unfortunately, the US Supreme Court struck it down as unconstitutional. But I think from what you have shared with us here, Antoine, this is really a perfect example of how local governments can actually, working independently, try to really influence and organize towards, defending democracy around the world. And quite profound, really, that, democracy is one deed. And solidarity is really part of that. I think that is quite profound, and as part of the conversation that we are having, we are seeing that solidarity and democracy building is not only a responsibility and an obligation of civil society activists and leaders, but really it's about everyone, because you've talked about business, tech companies, as well as local governments, as potential allies in building democracy and defending this valuable principle. Thank you very much for provoking, those ideas and sharing them with the rest of us here. Now I want to turn back to you, Daria.
I'm just saying bye-bye and thank you very much, Glenys, Daria. Sorry, bye-bye. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you to you too. Now I'm turning to you, Daria. Any examples or thoughts on this question of unusual suspects that Antoine, as well as the World Movement for Democracy, has shared with us.
Antoine, examples were very inspiring for me. I agree that artists is the group of people whom we have to talk to, engage to our cause, because this is the key to broader society. Art is the easiest way to communicate to millions of people. And usually human rights activists, anti-corruption activists, we are very few. And things which we are working on, they are too complicated for broader audience. However, I believe that working with artists can help us to reach out to millions. Still, in the example of my organization, we have to learn how to work with artists. In terms of cooperation between civil society organizations from different sectors, I think this is also very much an issue, and this is important because Antoine talked a lot about disinformation and about various possible solutions, how to tackle disinformation. But in our experience, it is important for human rights, anti-corruption activists and disinformation activists to talk to each other and share what works, what doesn't work in our tools which we are using. And recently, when we worked on the Democracy in Action Zero Corruption Conference, we collaborated closely with people who are working on disinformation in Ukraine. And we started to name and shame all those journalists who are actually not really journalists, who are spreading disinformation, collecting facts about them doing that, collecting facts about common disinformation narratives, and mapping who are media outlets and social media channels which are being used to promote key, let's say, anti-Western narratives in Ukraine. When you are naming these channels and journalists and providing evidence of the continuous activity in spreading disinformation, it actually makes them nervous. And it has impact, because no one wants to stay in such kind of list of people who are spreading pro-Russian, let's say, or anti-Western disinformation in Ukraine. And also, we have to follow the money. Disinformation has been paid. It costs. So who is paying for disinformation? Who is the owner of those media and social media? This is important question to answer. And I think this is something that activists working in Ukraine on disinformation kind of learned when we started to work together, because we are usually following the money in investigating corruption, but when we are monitoring disinformation and fighting disinformation, we have to follow the money as well. And work with business, with local communities. I also see lots of possible opportunities there. It is important to engage multi-stakeholders in order to unite everyone for supporting pro-democracy movements. In Ukrainian case, unusual suspects probably would be veterans. We have thousands of veterans who were fighting in the war in the east border of Ukraine with Russia. They are returning back, and they need support. They need jobs, and also if they receive jobs, they can be very, they can contribute a lot to the cause for democracy, because they paid a lot, high personal cost for sustaining democracy, and getting them back to civil life, and making sure that they feel they contribute to the society, and they fight the war, but with other tools and with other weapons, the war for democracy, it also unleashes a lot of good energy, which we need to promote the cause for democracy.
Very interesting ideas indeed. And while I'm still talking to you, Daria, before I let you go, the World Movement for Democracy held an event in Ukraine in April that was focused on anti-corruption efforts, as corruption remains a major challenge in Ukraine, as you've put it across. The event, included one of your colleagues, Vitaly Shabunin, the board chair of Anti-Corruption Action Center, and he was one of the event speakers. Along with Vitaly, we had Alexander Chumak, who's the president of the Association of Private Employers based in Kavak. Interesting to learn that business owners are eager to address, corruption as they highlighted during the event. And it seems that, business people want to be part of, the solution rather than being part of the problem of corruption. How do you see business in Ukraine and globally as partners in your work to tackle corruption?
I see that business who wants to pay taxes and business who wants to play fair games, they are probably those who benefit the most from the fight against corruption and in setting up independent anti-corruption institutions and fair justice. Honestly, I think that in Anti-Corruption Action Center in Ukraine, we can do better in cooperating with business. We have to find the way how to engage business in pushing for our cause. And specifically, we have very strong tech companies in Ukraine, IT engineers who want to contribute for the good cause. And we are now partnering with one tech startup in building a database of politically exposed persons of Ukraine. This is database which helps to prevent money laundering of corrupt officials. So business is helping us to analyze big data, to transform this big data into user-friendly format, which can be used by financial institutions across the world in order to identify high-risk clients, politically exposed persons among their clients, and prevent the flow of dirty money. This is a small example of cooperation with tech business in Ukraine, but I truly believe that we are probably using 1% of the potential of cooperation. A lot more has to be done.
Yeah, I think it's quite similar to Zimbabwe, where those companies that are willing to pay the taxes, which in our case are very few now, are the ones that are willing to have this conversation around confronting corruption. But the majority of the businesses who actually benefit from the corruption that has inflicted our societies still remain a bit on the margins when it comes to having conversations around corruption. And I think, like you're saying, it's quite a long haul that we have to go to ensure that we identify businesses that are willing to collaborate with us and work with us in fighting corruption in our countries. With this, we have come to the end of our event. I think one of the best session, expertly tackled by my civil society leaders that I was having on the panel, who talked about issues, around the importance of solidarity, both within countries, interregional, as well as, internationally. And I think from what we have had here, the cost of democratic organizing has become very high. It's very high for civil society leaders, for human rights defenders, including even for artists as well as, media practitioners. So this really calls for the need for solidarity cross-sector as well as regionally and globally. And I think from the examples that we have had about the work that Daria's organization as well as, Antoine's, organization working with Report Without Borders is doing is actually quite, tremendous and commendable in terms of continuously providing solidarity as well as challenging governments to ensure that, civil society leaders continue to do the work that they do in defending democracy. We have also, talked about the importance of alliance building across the sectors, going beyond just, the civil society realm, where we talk about human rights defenders, where we talk about, media practitioners, but actually also thinking of collaborating and cooperating with local governments, for example, with tech companies, as a way of upholding democratic principles, in particular, holding governments accountable, as well as, challenging those governments that are corrupt. Quite, I think, an interesting as well as insightful conversation that we've had here. And I want to thank my panelists, Antoine Bernard, thank you very much, as well as Daria Kaleniuk. It was quite interesting, having conversations with you and learning more about the work that you're doing in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gladys.
Authoritarian forces in every region of the world are preventing citizens from having a say in how they are governed. Many democracies are struggling to maintain democratic institutions and practices. Ethnic minorities, women, and youth in particular are increasingly marginalized from the political process. Since 1999, the World Movement for Democracy has helped civil society activists to push back against these undemocratic trends and stand up for human rights. We believe that by connecting individual democracy movements together and building solidarity across borders, all democracy advocates become stronger. We work to do that in a variety of ways. We gather pro-democracy activists, scholars, journalists, and political leaders together in global assemblies, as well as in smaller regional conferences. Through our Erfurt Youth Fellowship, we nurture the leadership of young advocates and elevate their voices on our platforms. Through our Crossover Initiative, we share resources that provide knowledge from activists who have successfully crossed over into new roles as public officials. Our Right to Receive Funding project provides additional hands-on tools to help civil society organizations protect their right to receive international funding. And our Set Them Free campaign marshals support for activists who are unjustly imprisoned. Through these projects and more, we strive to amplify the work and bravery of democracy activists in all parts of the world, so that we can help end injustice and build a freer world.
We are approaching the climax of the Global Assembly with a presentation of the Democracy Courage Tribute. This is the moment we express our utmost solidarity with fellow democracy activists who are facing extraordinarily challenging circumstances. Before I pass the microphone to Katie Chachava, the member of the World Movement Steering Committee from Georgia, who would initiate the presentation ceremony, I'd like to take a moment to mention all the partner organizations for the World Movement Global Assembly and the Global Exchange. Without them, we would not have been able to make these events happen so meaningfully. And I have to say, they are the ones that help us connect global discussion on democracy with local issues and local efforts on the ground. So thank you to all the partners. Now, I am ready for a moment of global solidarity. I hope you are too. Katie, the floor is yours.
Hello from Georgia. I'm Kate Chachava. I'm the founder of the Sector 3 Hub for Development and Executive Director at the CDD, which is the Center for Development and Democracy here in Georgia. I am a member of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy, and within the steering committee, it was my great pleasure and privilege to serve as a member of a subcommittee on democracy courage tributes for reviewing nominations and making final recommendations for the tribute recipients. It was a challenging but very rewarding process, learning about the inspiring, breathtaking work that our fellow civic activists are doing around the world. Movements that are on the front lines fighting for democracy and human rights, despite all the challenges, including pandemic. Democracy is in decline. Democratic spaces are shrinking almost everywhere in the world. But at the same time, we see so many courageous and sustained democratic movements in every corner of the world. And we want to take the moment to recognize and celebrate this resilient and movement of civil society activists that are around the world making amazing job. At every global assembly, the World Movement for Democracy gives a special recognition to democracy movements that have demonstrated extraordinary courage despite the challenges that they face. I had the pleasure to attend Democracy Tribute Award ceremonies in the past, which were truly the highlights of the assemblies as we stand together, empower each other, recognize and celebrate those important work that all our fellow civic activists are doing across the world, fighting for democracy and for a better world for everyone. Previous recipients of the tributes include several amazing groups like photojournalists in the Philippines, capturing images of extrajudicial killings, women's movements in Iran, advocates for the rights of the sexual minorities worldwide, investigative journalists in Africa. Well, along with the Hartford Foundation, we are delighted to present 4 courage tributes at this global assembly. My fellow steering committee members, Ana Gomez of Portugal, Hassan Khan of Pakistan, Gina Romero of Colombia, Hans Stiepenhau of Haiti, and Maiko Ichihara of Japan will present this tribute for this year. Well, before presenting tributes, I now invite Jane Kurzman and Bob Miller of the Hartford Foundation to make their brief remarks. Well, thank you all for attending, participation. I'm looking forward to seeing you all face-to-face soon when this pandemic is going to be over. Thank you, and let's move to Jane and Bob.
Hello, and greetings from New York City. I'm Jane Kurzman, and I have the honor of being on the board of directors of both the National Endowment for Democracy and the John B. Herford Foundation. The Herford Foundation has long been a supporter of the World Movement for Democracy and of its Democracy Courage Tribute Awards, which we are about to confer. I myself have had the privilege of attending 6 World Movement assemblies in person, and they have always been extraordinary experiences. I always come away from them with the utmost respect for the dedication, perseverance, and courage of so many of the participants. Indeed, there are previous participants who are in prison today because they challenged those in power and spoke the truth. And we always remember your colleagues who have paid the ultimate price as a result of their efforts promoting democracy and freedom. I am very sorry that we were not able to meet in person this year, but we still did manage to have a meaningful virtual program. I will, however, look forward to greeting you in person at the next assembly. In the meantime, whether virtual or in person, the Herford Foundation stands behind you, celebrates your achievements, and supports your ongoing efforts. I now have the pleasure of introducing my colleague, Robert Miller, who is the president of the John B. Herford Foundation and also a former NED board member.
It's an honor for me to greet you on behalf of the John B. Herford Foundation. John was an extraordinary man who first made his mark in the financial industry. He was a committed internationalist, a significant philanthropist, and a longtime board member of the National Endowment for Democracy. Together with Carl Gershman and others, he was instrumental in encouraging the NED to create the World Movement for Democracy. The Biennial Global Assembly of the WMD brings together leaders of democracy movements from all parts of the world to build solidarity and provide an opportunity to learn from one another. We at the Herford Foundation are very proud of our support for the world movement, and in particular, its Herford Youth Fellowship Program. These fellowships are much sought after and provide youth democracy activists with leadership skills to prepare them to become global democracy leaders. Risham Wasim of Pakistan and Margarita Mayra of Chile, who spoke during the very first session of this Global Assembly, were Herford Fellows. And it's gratifying to see the leadership roles they play in their respective organizations. I, for one, believe it's critically important that young people of the democracy movement be given the essential skills and resources so that they are prepared when the time comes to lead the movement in a sustainable democratic transition. In past global assemblies, the Herford Foundation has hosted a dinner on the last day of the assembly to celebrate the participants' hard work and to recognize the extraordinary courage demonstrated by democracy movements operating in particularly difficult circumstances. I'm sorry that we cannot be together at that dinner as in the past to directly and not virtually assure you that the Herford Foundation stands with you. Please know that we celebrate your achievements and will continue to support your ongoing efforts on the front lines of freedom's struggles. Your work and courage are an inspiration that does not go unnoticed. I thank you for your attention and look forward to greeting you at the next Global Assembly in person.
Hi, thank you for inviting me to your beautiful event. I am very pleased and honored to participate with my voice and my music. I would like to say that democracy to me means the freedom to be ourselves, the freedom to be true to ourselves, to our ideas, to our cultures, to our communities, to not be silent in the face of oppression, and above all, to have the hope in the future that is needed to carry us forward and to enable us to take risks when everything is on the line. The song that I'm going to share is called Hulm, which means a dream. And it's a song about the fact that the light and the darkness can be intermingled, and that even if our steps forward are followed by steps backwards, we can always dream of a better tomorrow. لو كنت غامض عيني وتاخذني الأحلام ماني ليا ونعلى ونحلق في سما جديدة وننسى الوجايع. لو كنت نسافر في خيالي نزرع ونبني قصور وليالي يكبر فيها الحب وآمالي. قواسها الظلم والبؤس والقار من واقع عاصر يعبث بكل من يبنيه دنيا علت فيها أسوار طغيان ساحق فينا أحلام وعم الظلام والأنانية في كل القلوب لو كنت غامض عيني تاخذني الأحلام من ايديا ونعلى ونحلق في سما جديدة وننسى لجايا لو كنت نسافر في خيالي نزرع ونبني قصور وليالي يكبر فيها الحب وآمالي ونمحي الألام دنيا ترى فيها ملامح ناس قواسها الظلم والبؤس والقار من واقع عاصر يعبث بكل من يبنيه دنيا علت فيها أسوار طغيان ساحق فينا أحلام وعم الظلام والأنانية في كل القلوب لو كنت غامض عيني تاخذني الأحلام من ايديا ونعلى ونحلق في سما جديدة وننسى لجايا لو كنت نسافر في خيالي نزرع ونبني قصور وليالي يكبر فيها الحب وآمالي ونمحي الألام
Greetings, my name is Zafrullah Khan. I sit on the steering committee of World Movement for Democracy and I represent South Asia. I hail from Pakistan and I continue my work on democracy-related issues in Pakistan. It is a tradition at the World Assemblies that we honor and acknowledge those who take risk and still contribute for keeping the flame of democracy high in their societies. And it is my honor to introduce a group of independent journalists from Middle East and North African region. After Arab Spring, these friends have worked, after Arab Spring, these friends have worked quite bravely on many issues related to democratization in the region. This region also figures quite low in the Press Freedom Index of Reporters Without Border, and the countries which are among the 25 lowest ranking countries includes Bahrain, Egypt, Libya, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and Yemen. In this Democracy Courage Tribute, we have picked 3 prominent voices from the region, and they have sacrificed in their own ways. The first one who paid the highest price, the ultimate price, is Hisham al-Hashmi of Iraq, a very inspiring example of independent media, and he paid the ultimate price. We acknowledge your sacrifice. The second aspect is those who work and lose their freedom. And I mention Egyptian journalist and human rights defender, Asra Abdul Fattah, a very outspoken journalist who lost her freedom in October 2019 and still languishes behind the bar and as a pre-trial prisoner in Egypt. The third one is an institution, the Syrian Center for Media and Freedom of Expression, that continues to raise its voice, continue its struggle, despite the Assad regime's efforts to close their office and block their ability to speak to the Syrian people. So in that way, we acknowledge and are privileged to offer Democracy Courage tribute to these 3 prominent voices from the Middle East and North African region.
Much of the Middle East was always and has become increasingly hostile to the idea of independent journalism. The World Movement for Democracy would like to use this Democracy Courage tribute to honor the bravery of independent journalists and defenders of free speech who remain committed to press freedom despite persecution and great personal risk.
Almost every week, if not every month, there's a new video that emerges of an Iraqi activist, civil society leader or journalist being either arrested or killed, assassinated.
في مصر أكثر من 600 موقع إلكتروني مراقب ومحجوب، وكان من أبرز هذه المواقع وأولها هو الموقع الخاص بصحيفة التحرير اللي كانت إسراء بشكل مباشر مسؤول عنه.
Your word, your own word, it's your right. It's not a luxury.
To those who paid the ultimate price, to my friend Hisham al-Hashmi. Hisham al-Hashmi was my friend, an Iraqi journalist, researcher, commentator, who was very active, based in Baghdad. He's from Baghdad. He was interested in politics, security studies, and really just trying to understand why his country was unable to develop in a way towards stability, towards security. If you read most reports, particularly in the security sector of Iraq, you'll see Hisham's fingerprints. You'll see his legacies. A better understanding of some of the armed groups in Iraq. You know, he became famous for understanding of Daesh and how Daesh was, and then he moved to work on other groups as well, including the Popular Mobilization Units and other groups throughout the country. So in terms of, he has an impact in academia for people who have tried to understand Iraq, but he also had an impact if you look at on the ground. Many of the young, I remember when I used to walk with Hisham around, there would be some student, some kid show up, Dr. Hisham, you know, and I'd ask him later, how do you know him? He's like, oh, I just taught him in a course. If you look at the posters, he's considered one of the martyrs of the October 2019 revolution. And it became normal for him to receive death threats, as many of these militias viewed him as the embodiment of both the elite, but also of giving information, particularly to foreigners, but also supporting the protesters, and most importantly, connected to the Iraqi government. The video is there. You can see there's a video very clearly what happened. He saw some people, and on his way home, just outside his home, and caught on camera, the assassins came and you know, shot him in his car, and his wife and kids, 3 boys, come out and see, you know, their father shot and bloody, and he later died in the hospital. Those who killed him have not been caught.
To those who lost their freedom. To my friend إسراء عبد الفتاح. إسراء زيها زي أغلبنا كانت طول الوقت مؤمنة إن الثورة ديت هتنجح. دعوتها للمشاركة في 2011 كان هدفها الأساسي ورؤيتها كانت الأساسية إن الناس يبقى عندها وعي كبير جدا بحقوقهم القانونية والدستورية. طبعا ما ننساش إن إسراء عملها الأساسي لما بدأت كان بتشتغل في المجتمع المدني، بعدها انتقلت للعمل الصحفي في صحيفة وموقع التحرير، كانت مسؤولة عن المحتوى الإلكتروني في الموقع. طبعا إسراء مرت بتجربة صعبة جدا خلال عملها في صحيفة التحرير، نظرا لأن السلطات المصرية مارست رقابة مباشرة على كل الصحف والمواقع الإلكترونية، وتم حجب موقع التحرير، بالإضافة أن الصحيفة نفسها تم منعها من الصدور. إسراء اتقبض عليها يوم 12 أكتوبر 2019، تم توقيف سيارتها والقبض عليها من قبل أفراد في زي مدني. إسراء ظلت في حالة من حالات الاختفاء القسري لفترة طويلة، اتعرضت ليها لكل صنوف التعذيب اللي ممكن حد يتعرض لها. قاموا بتعليق إسراء من يديها وتعذيبها وضربها بشكل عنيف جدا، حتى إن آثار الضرب والتعذيب كانت على جسمها لما تم عرضها تاني يوم أمام النيابة، واللي حتى الآن لم يتم إنصاف إسراء فيها ولم يتم تقديم الجناة للقضاء حتى الآن، رغم ان شدة الإجراءات المفروضة على إسراء وانها لا تلتقي بأي شخص ولا تتريض ولا تحصل على الحقوق الدنيا. في 2020 اتفاجئنا ان إسراء تم ضمها لقضية جديدة، هي القضية 855، واللي متهمة فيها إسراء بالانضمام لجماعة إرهابية للقيام بجريمة إرهابية من داخل السجن. قضية جديدة تبدو شديدة العبثية، بتثبت ان السلطات المصرية عازمة على استخدام القانون وتوظيفه بأي شكل ضد المدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان والصحفيين، واللي إسراء واحدة منهم بتدفع ثمن غالي وكبير بسبب نضالها السلمي من أجل الديمقراطية والحرية.
To those who continue to struggle, to the Syrian Center for Media and Freedom of Expression, to SCM. In a shortcut, I'd say SCM, it's a vision of a man. His name is Mazen Darwish. He decided to create SCM as a space where he can do support for political prisoners, for journalists, monitor freedom in Syria. The situation of journalism in Syria forced us a lot to rethink about those new terms, about who's the journalist, who's the media worker, who's the media activist, who's, you know. Men and women after 2013 start to face the danger of being targeted from all parties. So military group called Jaish al-Islam is accused of being in charge of kidnapping Razan Zaitouni and Nazem Hammadi and Wael Hammadi and Samira al-Khalil. And ISIS responsible for kidnapping a lot of women media workers and men, Samar Saleh, and government continue to do what they always did, target journalists and media workers, caricaturian, and everyone.
What's unique about Hisham is the fact that he was very knowledgeable and he had a lot of data that he was sharing with everybody, and especially the journalists who report on Iraq. They used him as a main source for information that is very hard to get by. And given that he is so easy to access and he was so open to share his knowledge, he impacted most of the reportings done on extremist and jihadist groups in Iraq and Syria. And that impact has been so big that you see these days after his departure, most of the reports are not as adequate as it used to be, given that Hisham was alive. He was very much loved by everyone, and that made it easy for people to talk to him, and he made it easy to relate to him. His appearances on TV stations and frequently on Arabic channels, especially the satellite channels, he was frequented on almost all the major satellite stations, and he made the news richer. People and the who's who of Iraq used to follow what he says and listen to what he says. The impact that he had was absolutely immense. And for me, I've seen a lot of people get assassinated, get killed in Iraq, but I have not seen the outpour of grief and anger of Hisham's assassination. And that only is a testament to what Hisham represented to the international community, as well as to the media community, for what he has offered and what he was doing on the field.
Let me start by thanking the World Movement for Democracy for this award on behalf of Isra Abdel Fattah and at least 26 other journalists who were in jail at the end of last year because of their work, according to the count of the Committee to Protect Journalists. Isra has been in jail now since 2019 in October, after demanding that the Egyptian government release political prisoners, at least 4,000 at the time, who protested against the government corruption. That has been the story of her life before she impressed the world as being the Facebook girl who mobilized Egyptians to topple former Egyptian President Mohammed Hosni Mubarak in 2011. She has impressed Egyptians with mobilizing the first national strike, using only social media and Facebook. Hundreds of thousands stayed home in support for the labor workers in 2008. Her movement that she co-founded, April 6th movement, had not just been able to pressure the government on corruption, but on issues that have to do with political freedom and freedom of speech. And she has been imprisoned in many ways because of her defense about those who've been held in custody arbitrarily. And now, in her latest detention, she had made allegation that she was tortured in custody. And even though the prosecutor have said they will look into those allegations, a year and a half later, nothing has happened. We, as Egyptian activists and also as journalists, have been inspired by Isra Fattah since 2008, and her courage and sacrifice helped carry many favors for people who have been demanding democracy in Egypt and around the Arab region. We hope that her courage and sacrifice will inspire you to continue to demand her release today and to hold those who might have tortured her in custody accountable for what they did.
Greetings from Lisbon, Portugal. My name is Ana Gomes. I lived the first 20 years of my life under dictatorship here in Portugal. That's why when I see a dictatorship, I recognize it. And that's also why I join efforts with all those who want to fight for democracy. We need this solidar cooperation to overcome dictatorships. Today, I'm honored to speak here to present the World Movement for Democracy's Democracy Courage tribute to advocates for democracy in East Turkestan, Hong Kong, and Tibet, working to build solidarity and resilience against China's authoritarian measures. We always knew the oppression that the Uyghurs and other ethnic minority groups in East Turkestan, or in otherwise known Xinjiang. For many years, gross human rights violations in the region have been reported. In the past 2 years, more recent reports with details suggest that up to 1.8 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities are in 380 political education camps. The Tibetan community is also another group that has been for long forced to flee their homeland. In Tibet, their religious freedom, speech, movement, and peaceful assembly are severely restricted, with critics of China's repressive policies subject to intimidation, imprisonment, and use of force by security forces. Democratic space in Hong Kong has significantly shrunk since the introduction of the national security law in June 2020. A score of Hong Kong democracy activists have been detained, while many have fled. Many Hong Kongers who recently fled to new homes in other parts of Asia, Europe, and North America are now organizing themselves, advocating for a freer Hong Kong. Many activists are courageously reporting abuses, mobilizing democratic voices, and countering China's disinformation efforts to the extent possible within those harsh political environments, while those in exile are increasingly being united in solidarity. What we see today is these exiled communities from East Turkestan, Tibet, and Hong Kong increasingly working together. They collaborate on campaigns to expose human rights violations and work with the international community not only to recognize these violations, but also introduce accountability mechanisms. Youth activists from these communities in particular are working together on the ground to reach out to their host communities, to inform about the situations back home, as well as promoting their cultures.
What does it mean for a nation, for a people, to want democracy? What does it look like for young people to demand self-determination?
I'm Julie Millsap, and I'm with the Campaign for Uyghurs. We are a grassroots organization that was founded in 2017 to advocate for the human rights and democratic freedoms of Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples who are being oppressed by the Chinese regime.
Hong Kong Watch was founded in London in 2017 when a small group of us came together because we could see that Hong Kong needed a voice. Over the last 3.5 years, our very small team has made an impact around the world completely disproportionate to our size.
My name is Pema, and I'm the campaign's director at Students for Free Tibet. SFT was founded in 1994 with a single vision, a vision that there is a world where democracy, self-determination, and human rights can become a reality for all people, including the Tibetan people.
Indeed facing active genocide at the present time. We have a specific focus on empowering women and youth for advocacy. We've really identified this as key to the movement. Women are being targeted in particularly brutal ways by the Chinese Communist Party, who is very fearful of them sharing their experiences and their perspectives and raising their voices on these issues. So we've seen how coming alongside of them and empowering them to do that is really one of the strongest tools that we have in this fight against the Chinese Communist Party.
SFT has worked tirelessly to build a grassroots movement of young people around the world that can make that vision into a reality. One of the ways that we do this is through grassroots training, providing opportunities for young people to develop the skills that they need.
We now have a presence. We're establishing a presence in Canada, in Australia, across Europe, in New Zealand, at the United Nations and beyond. Our work falls into two main categories: in-depth research and advocacy. Over the years, we've published several major reports on the human rights situation in Hong Kong, including on the erosion of academic freedom, the disqualification of legislators, the impact of the national anthem law, the national security law.
We've also identified the key role that youth and grassroots organizations play in this movement, as they have a certain reach and skill sets that can really multiply the movement and increase the reach and awareness level globally.
In 1959, when CCP occupied Tibet, we have seen the situation get from bad to worse and terrible, and it continues to worsen every day. In 2020, Tibet was ranked as the least free place in the entire world, tied only with Syria. Since the past decade alone, we've seen over 150 Tibetans inside Tibet self-immolate. So what does that mean for organizers, for activists, in order to continue our movement? SFT has worked with young people from around the world to build a system, to build a platform where young people can come together and strategically build power together and fight these campaigns and make noticeable differences for Tibetans inside Tibet and those living around the world.
And also a report on why Hong Kong matters to the rest of the world. But those reports are always accompanied by high-level advocacy with government ministers, diplomats, policymakers, parliamentarians, think tanks, media, academics, other NGOs, to inform and influence key people around the world for Hong Kong.
We've also seen how the CCP has oppressed others, like the Uyghur people, Hong Kongers, the genocide that they've engaged in, and the dismantling of democracy.
In addition, we're very excited to be continuing to build solidarity with our Tibetan, Hong Kong, and other allies who share this common history of oppression by the Chinese regime.
In 2020, in response to the national security law, we organized a letter signed by more than 900 parliamentarians and policymakers from 43 countries.
As we raise our voices in defense of democratic freedoms and indeed human dignity, we're very privileged to be coming together to do so, to raise our voices, and we're looking forward to, in spite of the challenges of this struggle and the way that it feels like a very long battle, the ways we believe that we will continue to see progress in the next year as we raise our voices as one.
And we believe that if we work together, our activism and our advocacy holds more power, because the CCP that has been oppressing Tibetans inside Tibet for decades now has also been doing the same to many other people, to Tibetans, to Uyghurs, Hong Kongers. The only way for us to achieve democracy, the only way for us to accomplish self-determination for all is by standing together.
When we can recognize the ways that overlooking abuses against one people group have allowed them to be multiplied and increased against other groups, we can also stand together at this very vital point in time and say together, no, not to them, not to us, not to anyone.
Hi, my name is Dorjit Setan, a Tibetan refugee born in India and a lifelong activist. I'm the executive director of Students for a Free Tibet, and it is my honor to accept the Democracy Courage tributes on behalf of our organization. Students for Free Tibet is a chapter-based network of activists, organizers, and campaigners in more than 30 countries working to advance the Tibetan cause. Through grassroots organizing, strategic campaigns, and nonviolent direct action, we campaign for the political freedom of Tibet and human rights for all Tibetans. Since SFT's founding in 1994, we have trained and mobilized thousands of young people to take effective actions and to promote human rights, democracy, and freedom. The world today is at a historic crossroads as China consolidates its rise as an illiberal global hegemon. It is clear that Chinese government authoritarian practices of censorship and repression endanger people everywhere. Despite these difficulties, though we are building an unprecedented alliance of nations and people who are committed to struggle for freedom and democracy. Tibetans, Uyghurs, Hong Kongers, Taiwanese, Southern Mongolians, Chinese democracy activists, and other activists around the world are coming together to take strategically and non-violent actions to resist CCP rule. And I'm honored that SFT, my organization, is one of the leading organizations coordinating this global alliance. Although the path to achieve freedom, human rights, and democracy for Tibet may at times seem impossible, but I find solace and hope in the words of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, quote, the just cause of Tibet will never wipe out. Truth is something that in time gains momentum and comes into light. People may use arms to suppress the truth, but the impact of violence does not last long. In our struggle for the just cause of Tibet, instead of taking arms, we yield to the power of truth to fight for our cause, end quote. It is in this spirit that I call everyone who care for democracy and human rights to never give up our hope that our non-violent struggle can bring change. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to World Movement for Democracy and the National Endowment for Democracy for this great honor. I accept this award on behalf of Campaign for Uyghurs and the Uyghurs everywhere. When we started this organization, it was out of responsibility and obligation to do all that we could to fight for the millions of people who are suffering under the Chinese regime. We designed Campaign for Uyghurs with a focus on young activists and women as the architects of a better world. We know that placing them at the front and the center of this advocacy was key. We are so very proud of the work the women of East Turkestan around the world are doing. They are standing up, fighting back, showing the world that their bravery knows no boundary or limit. We continue to fight strings in the young organizers like my fellow honorees in Students for Free Tibet and Hong Kong Watch, who have inspired the world. They have become the voice of a united movement for human dignity, democracy, and the freedom. Because of this unified movement, we are so grateful to be able to help even more people access the resources necessary to spread the story of our people to every home and the nation. This present fight is for the Uyghurs, but also for the future of the democratic free world. The hope of humanity today then lies within those who have the spirit to resist. We are in the midst of a long, challenging fight with the CCP. We can rest assured that though the arc of the moral universe is long, it bends toward justice. This fight demands solidarity. No matter how long, we must push forward and onwards. We know we do not walk alone. There will be a bright morning for our people, for Hong Kong, for Tibet, for all. This will come because of activists around the world and the generosity of those who help them. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And now the work continues.
My name is Joey Siu. Like many other activists and protesters, I fled Hong Kong due to political reasons, and I'm currently away from home and could never return. Thank you, World Movement of Democracy, for awarding Hong Kong Watch the Democracy Courage Tribute. It is truly a pleasure to be recognized alongside 3 other very outstanding organizations. Hong Kong Watch was founded in 2017 to shine a light on the Chinese Communist Party's violations of promises made under the Sino-British Joint Declaration and the international law to uphold Hong Kong's basic freedoms, rule of law, and autonomy. We campaign for a strong, coordinated international response to Beijing's crackdowns at Hong Kong. Since Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement broke out in 2019, we have witnessed severe police brutality, the cancellation of democratic elections, and the imposition of the draconian national security law. From everyday protesters to activists to legal professionals and educators, all dissidents are facing the risk of unreasonable and lengthy imprisonment. Hong Kongers have not only lost the freedom of speech, assembly, and free press, but also live under fear of persecution every single day. Hong Kong is a canary in the coal mine, warning the world about the CCP's strategies for control and coercion. And we are watching as the Chinese Communist Party's aggression expands beyond the borders of Hong Kong and China. With growing United Front work and Red Capital infiltrations, Beijing is extending its long arm to every corner of the globe, seeking to remake the international rule-based order in its own image and posing a threat to democracy worldwide. There must be solidarity among oppressed groups. While Hong Kongers continue to live under terror, Uyghurs suffer from an ongoing genocide, Tibetans not able to return to their homeland, and other dissidents face continuous suppression. We hope not only to defend freedom and democracy of Hong Kong, but also to work with our like-minded allies to become a stronger, united force against tyranny. Finally, we would like to dedicate the award to the courageous people of Hong Kong who are still fighting fearlessly for values we all believe in. We are proud to walk alongside the people of Hong Kong in the past few years, and we will continue to sail through the waves and storms ahead together. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hans Stippenhauer, a member of the World Movement for Democracy. I'm here with Gina Romero. We're both members of the steering committee of the World Movement, and we are here today to present the Courage tribute to the MSE, the San Isidro movement in Cuba. As you all know, today, the world is maybe in a difficult place, and democracy particularly is being threatened in a lot of countries. And definitely Cuba has been without democracy, we would say, for more than 50 years. And we are acknowledging with this Courage tribute the big participation of this movement in Cuba, who as artists have tried to awaken the conscious in Cuba. And I'm gonna leave Gina, who's also a member like me of the Red Lad, the Latin American and Caribbean Network for Democracy, to tell you more about the San Isidro movement.
Thank you, Hans. The San Isidro movement is important because it gathers many Cubans from different social areas, but mainly artists and intellectuals that have decided to stand up against the regulations that the regime has put in place to limit the artistic expression. The most important value that I see in the movement is that it has inspired many Cubans that did not agree on the regime decisions, but felt afraid of doing critics or to act against. The San Isidro movement is awakening the youth and families, and this is crucial for the sake of the island's future and for the sustainability of the democracy movement in Cuba. Artists and intellectuals are especially important actors for create awareness around the freedoms and restrictions actions. Every action that is taken to limit the freedom of expression for actors that wants to be critical to government and to the people in power is a limit to all freedoms and to democracy itself. There are many myths about Cuba, about their freedom and about all the supposedly good things that the government has done in these decades. But at the end, what you find is that artists, journalists, and activists are being in constant threat and persecution. Therefore, the World Movement for Democracy wants to give a courage tribute to the San Isidro movement, to recognize their terrific value, to encourage their action, to make the movement widely known, and to motivate all the artists in the world to speak up. We are so excited that we can give this tribute to these amazing leaders, to these young people, and to these activists.
Ahí no hay libertad ni pinga, no tienen libertad ni pinga. Ahí hay libertad ni pinga, libertad aquí.
Aquí la cultura cubana está siendo pisoteada, por eso es esto. Y si Luis Manuel no pudo hacerlo, yo lo voy a hacer. Esto es mierda y que me lleven también. El gobierno se tiene que reunir con nosotros, porque somos artistas, porque yo soy una profesional, yo soy historiadora del arte, yo no soy ninguna delincuente. ¿Me oíste? No soy ninguna delincuente. Yo estudié y tengo derecho a vivir en mitad del país y trabajar en mi país. Tengo todos mis derechos. Y a hacer arte.
Mientras realizamos la campaña contra el decreto 349, organizamos un grupo de acciones artísticas y legales que perseguían derogar este decreto que afectaba directamente a los derechos culturales.
50 y pico de años, 11 millones de esclavos que vacío pasaron. Ahora le toca a usted picar el bistec con mi generación. Pásalo.
Ese día la policía intentó arrestar a varios de los artistas invitados, así como público asistente. Sin embargo, el barrio reaccionó, evitando estos arrestos. Nosotros, en agradecimiento a los vecinos del barrio, es que nos nombramos Movimiento de San Isidro. El arte es el núcleo desde donde parten todas las acciones del Movimiento de San Isidro. Eso nos ubica en una línea de resistencia que ha caracterizado a la historia del arte cubano después de 1959.
Desde aquel momento en que se fraguó lo que es la política cultural, con la revolución todo, fuera de la revolución nada, desde aquel momento entendemos que hay represión hacia la creación cultural, hacia la creación artística y hacia la libre expresión.
Y es a través del arte que le damos luz y belleza a lo que vemos que está oscuro y que está mal.
El arte se convierte en una respiración en San Isidro. No podría definírtelo desde una visión estética porque es respiración. Es como nosotros nos posicionamos en la vida social y civil cubana.
Nosotros nos reconocemos como ciudadanos de pleno derecho y, por supuesto, en nuestro ejercicio diario salimos a defenderlos.
Decir que te sientes orgulloso, pero también tengo que agregar que tú sufres por esa pertenencia. No creo que solo a San Isidro. Creo que en Cuba cualquiera que milite, se acerque o se solidarice con una organización que tenga principios un tanto disidentes, creo que sufre.
Van a romper.
La injusta sanción de 8 meses de cárcel a un músico de barrio como es Denis Solís provocó la huelga de hambre y de sed el pasado noviembre de 2020 en la sede del Movimiento San Isidro. Este fue el último recurso que encontraron Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, Michael Osorbo, Catherine Vizqué, entre otros activistas aliados del movimiento, para enfrentarse y denunciar las arbitrariedades y la impunidad con la que actúa y sigue actuando el gobierno cubano.
Yo quiero luchar por mis obras lo más consciente posible. Al final mi huelga de hambre y de sed es un mecanismo de lucha. Voy a poner mi vida en riesgo para recuperar mis obras. Para mí el arte lo es todo. Mi arte es un elemento vivo. Mi arte tiene que interactuar con la gente. Mi pintura, si entra la gente, tiene que verla y pensar en eso. Y yo no me siento seguro dentro de mi casa y eso no es vida. Eso es muerte, porque te quieren matar y te quieren tener como un zombie cívico apresado como el Garrote vil. Eso no es vida, familia. Prefiero aquí encomendarme al divino, encomendarme a mis amigos, a toda la gente que pueda ser capaz de luchar por sus derechos también, porque mis derechos son sus derechos.
Ante la vulnerabilidad legal y jurídica en la que vivimos ahora mismo en Cuba, al interior del Movimiento San Isidro ensayamos esa Cuba plural que necesitamos.
Por eso yo pienso que San Isidro es un diálogo con la Cuba posible. Un diálogo emancipador y un diálogo de acción específica. Es la voz que no pertenece solo a San Isidro, es la voz de muchos cubanos, una conciencia plena puesta y circulando en la vida social cubana.
A pesar de tantos años de saturación ideológica, ahora mismo hay una realidad plural, ¿no? Hay muchos grupos haciendo activismo en Cuba desde distintos lugares y eso es algo que a mí me da esperanza.
Un futuro inclusivo, un futuro que no cercene más una parte de nuestro pensamiento, que no excluya más una parte de nuestra idiosincrasia, que no excluya más una parte de lo que en realidad somos o lo que podemos llegar a ser, que no reste, un futuro que sume. Buenas, mi nombre es Iris Ruiz, soy activista y miembro del Movimiento San Isidro en La Habana, Cuba, y quisiera hoy, a nombre no solo del movimiento, sino del resto de las activistas, los activistas de la sociedad cubana en general, agradecer por este reconocimiento que nos está dando el Movimiento Mundial por la Democracia. Quisiera también extender nuestra voz, aprovechar esta plataforma para que apoyen, respalden y nos acompañen en esta situación de crisis que está viviendo no solo el movimiento, como les decía, sino la sociedad cubana en general. En estos momentos de pandemia, en estos momentos de una profunda crisis económica, de una profunda crisis política, de una profunda crisis social en Cuba, están siendo reprimidos, están siendo torturados, están siendo acosados, están siendo enjuiciados las y los activistas defensores de derechos humanos en la isla. Estos momentos son momentos importantes para que el mundo entienda que la Cuba que ha vendido el gobierno por más de 62 años no es un paraíso de valores, en realidad es todo lo contrario, es un totalitarismo, es cerrado, es una isla que ha excluido a muchísimos cubanos, exiliado a muchísimos cubanos y cubanas, diasporizándolos por el mundo, impidiendo que sus ideas, que sus valores, que sus propuestas sean escuchadas aquí adentro. El gobierno está utilizando también en estos momentos las redes sociales, está utilizando los medios oficiales de comunicación para difamar, para enjuiciar y para desprestigiar a esa sociedad civil independiente que está pujando por nuestras libertades y por nuestros derechos. Quisiéramos extender también nuestro compromiso con el resto de los movimientos del mundo que están recibiendo hoy también este reconocimiento y que sepan que también los acompañamos en la lucha y que agradecidos, de verdad, gracias, estamos conectados.
Hola a todos, todas, todes. Primero que todo agradecerle al Movimiento Mundial por la Democracia por este premio, por este reconocimiento. Mi nombre es Manuel de la Alcántara, artista visual, artista contemporáneo, uno de los coordinadores del Movimiento San Isidro, uno de los artistas que está abogando por la libertad de expresión, y más que por la libertad de expresión como un ejercicio así abierto. Estamos abogando por poder existir en un país, por poder ser parte de un sistema, por poder ser parte de una nación que queremos que sea próspera, que queremos que haya un espacio para todas las personalidades, para todos los puntos de vista, para todos los cubanos. Ahora mismo hay alrededor de como 150 presos políticos, pero en especial mi hermano Michael Osorbo, mi hermano Esteban Rodríguez y 6 personas más, 6 amigos más, están presos injustamente. Simplemente por salir a las calles preocupados por un hermano, por un amigo que era yo, que estaba en huelga de hambre y de sed. Yo estaba alrededor de 70 veces en un calabozo por el simple hecho de hacer mi arte. Por el simple hecho de que mi arte, mis performances, mis pinturas, mis dibujos, mueven una realidad. Mi arte, el arte que nosotros hacemos en el Movimiento San Isidro todo, demuestra y asume la responsabilidad del arte como motor impulsor de los cambios en el mundo. Eso es el Movimiento San Isidro, es un concepto de amor, es un concepto de paz, es un concepto de conexión, de conectividad, es un concepto de poder aceptar al otro, de poder escuchar también al otro, porque el gran problema del mundo hoy es que no nos escuchamos. Todo el mundo tiene algo que decir, todo el mundo tiene algo que poner, pero nadie da un paso atrás y escucha al otro. Entonces el Movimiento San Isidro es eso, cómo hemos generado una comunidad de poder escucharnos. Gente que no se quiere sentir parte del movimiento, que por afecto nos sentimos súper conectados y por lo tanto ya tenemos la sombrilla de un concepto, que es el Movimiento San Isidro. Eso es lo que somos nosotros, amor, paz y luchando sobre todo para encontrar un espacio nuevo en el mundo donde podamos existir todos, todas y todes. Gracias, estamos súper conectados.
Hello everyone, my name is Maiko Ichihara, Associate Professor of International Relations at Hitotsubashi University, Japan, and a visiting scholar at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in the United States. I'm also a member of the steering committees of the World Movement for Democracy and East Asia Democracy Forum. On behalf of the World Movement for Democracy, it's a great privilege for me to welcome you all to this year's World Movement for Democracy's Democracy Courage Tribute. Burma is in a crisis. Since the military coup on February 1st, the legitimate results of the November elections were flouted, and the democratic process was completely deprived. With the country hacked by the military, the people launched the Civil Disobedience Movement, or CDM, a peaceful resistance movement against them. But the military has cracked down on this movement with violence. People overseas are supporting those who have been peacefully protesting the military in the face of fear of being killed or arrested. In my own country, Japan, university students, activists, and scholars have initiated multiple signature campaigns against the coup, took to the streets to raise funds, and launched a crowdfunding campaign. Parliamentarians unanimously passed a resolution against the coup and have been building relations with the committee representing Pidangsu Floto, or CRPH, which has formed based on the results of the November elections. None of these international solidarity action would have been possible without information from inside the country. Independent journalists, media organizations, and citizen journalists have been so critical in sharing with the world up-to-date information about what's happening and what people are demanding and saying. They are risking their lives to inform the international community of the injustice and the fierceness of the situation of the Burmese people who are confronting this illegal state of the military rule. With the regular internet shutdown imposed by the military, the role of these journalists is way more important now than ever. According to Access Now, an organization promoting digital rights, people in Burma have experienced more than 70 nights of near complete internet shutdown since February 1st. More than 80 journalists have been arrested since February 1st, according to the Assistance Association for Political Prisoners, Burma. Many journalists are hiding while continuing their work. Independent media outlets' broadcasting licenses have been revoked. With this Democracy Courage tribute, we recognize the courage demonstrated by these Burmese journalists.
ဥပဒေပြုရေးအုပ်ချုပ်ရေးနှင့်တရားစီရင်ရေးအာဏာတို့အားတပ်မတော်ကာကွယ်ရေးဦးစီးချုပ်ထံသို့လွှဲအပ်တာဝန်ပေးလိုက်သည်
Since the day one of the military coup, the first thing what they did was the blockage of the information flow through the internet and mobile connection, and also a digital TV channel of our Democratic Voice of Burma.
ကျမအလုပ်လုပ်တဲ့မြစည်းမသတင်းဌာနရဲ့ဒီ TV channel ကိုလည်းထုတ်လွှင့်လို့မရအောင်လို့အာဏာသိမ်းစစ်တပ်ကနေပြီးတော့ဖြတ်ချလိုက်တာကိုအဲ့လိုအချိန်လေးမှာရုံးကိုလည်းစောင့်ကြည့်ခံရတဲ့အနေအထားမျိုးတွေကိုတွေကရှိတယ်ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရုံးတွေကိုပိတ်ပြီးမှတခြားတဲ့နေရာမှာကျွန်တော်တို့တွေ့ကြတယ်
အများကြီးကျွန်တော်တို့ဆက်သွယ်နေကြဒါမှမဟုတ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့တရင်ထောက်တွေလည်းထားတယ်အဲ့ဘက်သူတို့ရဲ့ဟိုဒေတာမှာအစီအမပြေတော့တဲ့ခါမှာနေဆက်ဘက်ကိုပြေးကျွန်တော်တို့နဲ့ဟိုမီဒီယာအခြေအနေကိုတကယ်တရင်ရယူဖို့အနေနဲ့အခက်ခဲကြုံနေရတာပေါ့နော်
ဟိုဆန္ဒပြတဲ့လူပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်ဘေးမှာအဲ့လိုတက်စီတွေရက်ထားတာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်ရှိလို့ရှိရင်တို့ကတကားတွေဖွင့်ခိုင်းတယ်ဖွင့်ခိုင်းပြီးတော့တခါလေးဖမ်းခေါ်သွားတယ်တို့ပါတယ်ဆိုပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်မီဒီယာကတော့ပြောနေတယ်မီဒီယာကတော့မနေ့ကလည်းပြေးနေတာဒီနေ့အထိပဲပြေးလိုက်ပုံလိုက်
ပုံမှန်ဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့သတင်းလွတ်လပ်ခွင့်အရာကျွန်တော်တို့လွတ်လွတ်လပ်လပ်သတင်းယူရမယ့်ကိစ္စတွေကအခုချိန်မှာတော့လွတ်လွတ်လပ်သတင်းယူခွင့်မရတဲ့အပြင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကသတင်းတစ်ခုရဖို့အတွက်ကိုအများကြီးရင်းနှီးပြီးတော့တွားနေရတဲ့အခြေအနေမျိုးဖြစ်နေပါတော့ကိုယ့်ရဲ့အသက်အန္တရာယ်လုံခြုံရေးပါလာတယ်အဲ့ဒါပြင်ဒုတိယအဖမ်းခံရမလားဆိုတဲ့ကိစ္စမျိုးပေါ့နော် သတင်းမီဒီယာသားတယောက်အနေနဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့မလုံခြုံဘူးလို့ခံစားရတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီဟာဝတ်ထားပေမဲ့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့မလုံခြုံဘူးဘ
ယ်ချိန်ကိုဖမ်းမလဲဆိုတဲ့စိတ်နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဆန္ဒပြသူ2ယောက်နဲ့သတင်းနောက်1ယောက်နဲ့ဆိုဘယ်သူဖမ်းမလဲဆိုသူတို့သတင်းနောက်1ယောက်ကြောင်းဖမ်းတယ်ကြကြပါဦးမျိုးတမောဒီပါတမောနဲ့ဒီကြပါမျိုးတမောနဲ့ဒီကြပါမျိုးကြကြပါမျိုးကျွန်တော်လက်ထိသွားဒီမှာခေါင်းထိသွားပြီကျွန်တော်အခုပုံနေတဲ့နေရာတနေရာကိုသူတို့ညပိုင်းကိုစစ်ကောင်စီကရောက်30လောက်ပေါ့နော်ကား4စီးနဲ့လာဝိုင်းနေလာဖမ်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်လက်မတင်လေးပဲ1မိနစ်2မိနစ်လောက်ကလေးပဲလွတ်ပြီးစောပြီးတော့လွတ်သွားတယ်ပေါ့နော်လမ်းမှာကင်းတဲလေးတစ်ခုမှပုံပြီးတော့ပဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးတညာလုံးနေပါရှောင်လိုက်ရတာမျိုးခံစားခဲ့ရတယ်ကိုယ်တိုင်ကြုံတွေ့ခဲ့ရတယ်ဆိုလေ
ကျွန်တော်လက်တဆုပ်စာမြချနာ channel ရဲ့ဝန်ထမ်းတွေရဲ့မိသားစုအရေးတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ငဲ့ကွက်ရမှာဖြစ်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့တွေရဲ့လုံခြုံရေးတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ငဲ့ကွက်ခြင်းအဖြစ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီမြချနာ channel ကြီးကိုပိတ်လိုက်ရတာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့
Despite the fact that military junta cracked down against the journalists and media house, that many of our journalists stay fighting for freedom of expressions from many different places, including jungles, library area, and exile.
ကျွန်တော်တို့တိုင်းရင်းသားမီဒီယာတွေနဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တိုင်းရင်းသားဒေသမှာဖြစ်ပျက်နေတဲ့အခြေအနေတွေကိုတော့ဘလို့အခြေအနေမျိုးပါပဲကြုံနေရပါစေကျွန်တော်တို့တက်နိုင်တဲ့ဖက်ကနေတိုင်းရင်းသားဒေသနိုင်မှာဖြစ်နေတဲ့အကြောင်းအရာတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ကဆက်ပြီးတော့တင်ပြသွားမှာပေါ့နော်
We have seen thousands of brave people in Myanmar demonstrate against the coup, banging pots and pans in the street, and their courage is historic. We stand with you. Dear friends, everything good comes to an end, but other greater things begin. And sometimes we have to farewell someone, but his or her legacy stay with us, remind us, inspire us. But first, how was our day of solidarity? How was our 10th Global Assembly? From what I know, what I heard, full of powerful voices and innovative ideas. Challenges are enormous, but I'm confident that we shall prevail. Democracy will prevail because people like you on the ground fighting to make democratic progress, deepening our democratic values by practicing them, and bridging different communities to build an inclusive society. Thank you for giving me inspiration. Yes, I'm inspired by you. I'm inspired by those of you in the field every day, 24 hours a day, facing risks, threats, and knock at your door. People following you in the streets when you go to work, when you go shopping. So we know all of that. And for this reason, I am full of admiration for each and every one of you in the challenging democratic transition. Today, several members of the World Movement Steering Committee are going off from the committee because their terms expire with this assembly. They are Antoine Bernard of France. Yeah, I remember Antoine Bernard when he was young, I was young, and he was with the International Human Rights Federation, FDH. He was always so charming, so available, so eloquent, and always helped me in my own lobby in Geneva. And the others, Ladan Burman of Iran, Hans Tippenhauer of Haiti, Ana Gomes, the indomitable Ana Gomes of Portugal, and Radwan Masmoudi of Tunisia. To all of you, mine and I can speak for the rest of the movement, our profound gratitude for your leadership, for your inspiration as you depart the steering committee. Some of you have served on the committee for as long as 10 years. So on behalf of the movement, my sincere gratitude to your contributions, to their contributions for the work, the development of world democracy movement, providing wise guidance, expertise to our secretariat and to all of us, to me. Antoine, Ladan, Hans, and Radwan, even though you are off from the committee, please keep sharing your wisdom with us in our various activities. Remember, some of you whom I know personally, where I was 20 years, more than 30 years ago, our struggle, everything seems hopeless, lost. You didn't give up. You were on our side, behind us, sometimes guiding us, and see where we are today. So do not underestimate the power of your wisdom, your support. The Global Assembly could not have happened without hard work of the World Movement Secretariat staff, namely Troy Johnson, Shireen Awad, Kyla Bushy, Megan Becker, Matt Arnold, and Danny Agiman. Now, there is one more person I really want to give a special thanks, and that is Carl Gershman. Wonderful human being. Yes, because for me, a leader, of course, you have to be wise. A leader has to be absolutely well prepared, academically speaking, politically speaking. But a leader has also to have a heart, empathy, compassion, humility, approachable. And that's the real quality of leaders. I first met Carl many, many years ago in New York, but I actually didn't meet him. He was speaking, and he was speaking. I went there and invited myself in to listen to him. And then over the years, I follow his career. And he is leaving us, but temporarily, because I know he is not going to retire. And he'll be tempted, he'll be missing us. So he will sneak back into the secretariat in New York time to time. He cannot leave without us. So we have to remain confident that he is not going to shut off completely. So God bless you, Carl, for all you have done for democracy around the world. Earlier this year, because he made a big announcement that he would retire in 2021. So the retirement day is July 23, only a couple of weeks from now. I feel the World Movement for Democracy owes you a big thank you, Carl. And I know you will not be too far away. So please feel free to add anything you would like to say, Carl. I hope I have not made you cry, tears. So compose yourself and say a few words. So I want to invite to speak and close our assembly. So you do this honor. Before you speak, some participants of the World Movement for Democracy send us a video, their video messages for you. So first we will see the videos, Carl, and then you will speak. And from far away, from Dili, Timor-Leste, a big hug to you, Carl.
Good evening, Carl from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Zainab Awa Bangura. I am the Director General and Under-Secretary General of the United Nations Office in Nairobi, which is the only United Nations Secretariat office in Africa and the Global South. My relationship with Carl and the National Endowment for Democracy has been long and in different stages. First, I was a grantee of the National Endowment for Democracy when I ran the biggest human rights organization in Sierra Leone. I also, during the difficult years in Sierra Leone, after fighting for democracy and going through a lot of challenges, I applied as a fellow of the Reagan Fassel Fellowship of the National Endowment for Democracy. And of course, I later became chair of the World Movement for Democracy. So it has been a long journey with the National Endowment and Carl. In this message, I want to say thank you very much to Carl. You have been there with me, for me. You've had my back. You've supported me. You've promoted me. And I still can recall during those difficult years during the war in Sierra Leone, you helped me to navigate the challenges of talking to different Congress people to be able to listen and tell our story of the war in Sierra Leone. You have been a lightning rod in my life. You have been a mentor, a friend, who have never given up on me, who believe in me more than I did at some times. In my lowest moments, you were the one who would pick up the phone and say, don't give up. And you will make sure you help me to pick up the pieces wherever it took me. So I want to say thank you. And I know you've been an inspiration, not only to me, but to people all over the world, millions. We will miss you. Your passion, conviction, and commitment for democracy has inspired a lot of people around the world. And we will miss you. We will continue to pray for you. And I want to assure you, we will continue working with National Endowments for Democracy and continue to build the world movement for democracy. I thank you, and I thank you all the colleagues that we have worked with over the period. And I know your dream is not fulfilled because these are challenging times, but you can rest assured you've left a lot of disciples behind you and will continue the fight. Thank you, Carl.
Hi, Carl. I know this is a very auspicious time for you. I want to take a moment to thank you for all the opportunity you provided for me personally, but especially for the World Movement for Democracy and its growth. It's been spectacular. I wish you many happy days ahead, spending time with your family and your friends and all others you want close by. And if there's anything I can hope that you would do, it would be to write a book about the history of the growth of democracy since the end of the Second World War. Because you know the who, and you know the when, and you know the where. You remember all the meetings with the activists around the world. And so you're the person to write that history, I think, and especially to incorporate the perspective of activists. But there's one more important reason for you to do it, and the reason I think so many activists consider you a friend. It's because you know the why, and you can express the why. And in this world today, we need somebody to write that history with the why at the center for the battle of democracy. So I wish you well. There's a plan. Whatever you choose to do, I just wish you happiness, good health, and sincere thanks.
My name is Ayo Bey. I was the founding chair of the steering committee of the World Movement for Democracy, but my relationship with Carl started quite a long time before then. In fact, in 1993, when, due to the fact that the president of the Civil Liberties Organization could not attend the meeting in Washington that the National Endowment for Democracy used to hold, I had to go in his place. His passport had, his name was Alisa Bakuba, his passport had been seized. So I went in his place, and that was the first time that I met Carl and was able to thank the National Endowment for Democracy for all the great work they were doing to support the CLO. Due to the work that we did on creating the founding statement for the World Movement for Democracy at the meeting in New Delhi in 1999, I became the chair of the steering committee, and I think I was there until our meeting in Kiev in Ukraine. So it had been a very rewarding relationship and a partnership. I do remember once attending a meeting in Berlin and going with Carl to the museum where the bust of Nefertiti, which I'd always wanted to see since I was a child, at a time when it was behind the Iron Curtain. I went with Carl to that museum and to the Jewish Museum. Both visits were rewarding, educational, inspiring. Well, Carl is retiring now, and I guess that it's happening at a time when democracy is under threat across the world, not just in the new democracies, but in the established ones. So I want to say that, Carl, I know you'll be retiring, but the work has to still continue. So I want to wish you a happy retirement, but not a retiring retirement.
Congratulations on your retirement. Goodbyes are always hard, but not being able to toast you in person after your decades of support for the World Movement for Democracy makes it even harder. But as we celebrate this milestone of a 10th Global Assembly, we all just wanted to take a minute and make sure that we thank you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you for having the vision back in 1999 to create the World Movement for Democracy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
For fostering a network where Democrats can show solidarity with each other and learn from each other.
Thank you, Carl.
Gracias. Thank you.
Carl.
Thank you. Thank you for creating a place where we can prove that together we are stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Carl, for being with us when days have been dark and when it was really hard and tough to fight for democracy. Thanks a lot for that.
Thank you,
Thank
Carl.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, for all you've done for the world movement and for each of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Carl.
Gracias, mil gracias.
Oh my. Oh my. I'm so I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. I feel blessed. Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you, Art and Io and Michael. Thank you, Kim and George. Thank you, Manaz, Anita. Thank you, Igor and Clement. You're all wonderful, and you represent a wonderful movement, a wonderful group of people who are going to make this world a better place. Art mentioned the why, and part of the reason we took the initiative to create the world movement was because of this why. You know, why do we need something like this? Why is it important? You know, from the very beginning, I think people felt that it was important to be together and to fight together and to have solidarity together. I mean, that first meeting in India, the world's largest democracy, George, was just a spectacular meeting. It was a very, very different moment in history, a much more hopeful moment in history. In our founding statement, you know, we said that we wanted to maintain the momentum for democracy, which was part of the third wave. We didn't know that this was the end of the third wave and that 9/11 was coming and a lot of bad things lay ahead. but we said there were two basic challenges that, we had to face. We had to help consolidate the gains for democracy, and we had to help promote freedom and openness in the remaining authoritarian countries, as if it was just a matter of time until those authoritarian countries became open and democratic. We had a glorious keynote address from Amartya Sen, who said that the rise of democracy in the 20th century was the most important thing that happened in the whole century. And then he had this beautiful, beautiful statement as to why democracy is universal, because what his title of his speech was "Democracy is a Universal Value." And this was at a time when Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore was promoting the notion of Asian values, that democracy was not appropriate for Asia, even though many Asians were obviously fighting for democracy. And he said the question is not whether some countries are fit for democracy. The question is how countries can become fit through democracy. And he said asking the question in that way opens democracy up to the whole world, because it's a process, it's a long-term struggle, and we know that. But as I said, soon after that glorious assembly that we had, the founding assembly in India in February of 1999, the world changed. 9/11 was, just a couple of years later. And, then you had the backlash following, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, and the World Movement for Democracy, when it came together in Istanbul in 2006, was talking about the backlash. And then we met in Kiev in Ukraine 2 years later in 2008, and we adopted a report called Defending Civil Society because it was under attack. And then in 2015, we adopted a call for democratic renewal, because, we were responding to the growing attack on democracy, as everyone said. And I remember we referenced in that statement the report of Freedom House saying that democracy had declined at that point, civil and political rights had declined for 9 consecutive years. And, last year's Freedom House report said it declined for 15 consecutive years. And, they also have a measurement of the number of countries where civil and political rights have declined and where they have expanded. And the discrepancy between that, the increase, the larger number of the countries where it had declined from those where it had expanded, the difference between those two numbers was greater than in any year that Freedom House had done its report, and it went back 48 years. So we're in a bad period. But here we are at the 10th Assembly of the World Movement for Democracy during the pandemic. And I want to congratulate Ryota and everyone for still putting on a terrific assembly during the pandemic and using the technology to bring people together in 6 national meetings, including in countries like Tunisia, which was our host for the assembly, and then also in Ukraine, and especially Sudan, which is going through such an important transition. They pulled this off, and then had 6 regional meetings as well before we got to this assembly. And the theme of the assembly was really the same theme that we had back in 1999, how to support democratic transitions. Only now we're talking about how to prevent backsliding, and how to, if a country does get a breakthrough like Sudan, how do we help it so that it doesn't backslide? At our last assembly in Dakar, there were openings that took place actually during the assembly in Malaysia, in Ethiopia, in other countries like Armenia. And if we look at that now, Armenia has been under tremendous assault, with the war in Nagorno-Karabakh. But in Malaysia and Ethiopia, things have not gone really well. But still, Sudan, which happened the following year, it's going forward. So this transition is just so important. But also, through the Democracy Courage Tributes, we've recognized the struggles for democracy by journalists in the Middle East by the freedom movements in Hong Kong, in East Turkestan, where the Uyghurs live, and the Tibetans, the San Isidro movement in Cuba, and then of course the democracy movement in Burma, which has expanded and grown to the whole country really in response to the coup by the military on February the 1st. And it's held the military to a standoff, even though the country is in deep trouble, it's held the military to a standoff. And they're really affirming that second historic challenge of the world movement of how to support freedom in closed societies. So we're at a really tough moment. We're at a tough moment, but just as we didn't know in 1999 that maybe things would get worse in the future because everything had been moving on the upswing for the 10 or 15 years before that, we now shouldn't rule out the fact that there can be progress for democracy in the period ahead. I mean, there's a new administration in Washington that has committed itself to strengthening democratic alliances and even is going to hold a summit for democracy, which is terribly important. There have been, pharmaceutical companies that have developed extraordinary vaccines like the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine. And if the US could gear up to produce billions of these vaccines, in the Pfizer vaccine, Moderna, and there are others as well, if we could produce and then distribute and work with our friends around the world to give this vaccine to everyone around the world who needs it, then that could improve both the economic and political situation in so many different countries. And you have the authoritarian countries that have their own problems. China really, because of its brazen, aggressive behavior, is more isolated today than ever before. And there and in Russia and in Iran, these are countries that have real problems. So we shouldn't assume that they're going to be on the rise forever. And the protest movement at the grassroots, it continues. It even continued during the COVID pandemic. In fact, it increased in many places. And so here we are at a moment when there is a kind of fundamental tension between authoritarian repression and democratic resilience. And we as a world movement for democracy can support that resilience, because this is a struggle between two forces in the world. This struggle has existed long before the Cold War, and it exists after the Cold War between people who want freedom and governments that want to deny their rights and to try to hold on to all the power and all the economic resources. And this is a struggle. And a struggle needs a movement. It just doesn't need a lot of donor support, although it does need donor support. It needs a movement, and it needs political solidarity if it's going to succeed. It needs political support. People on the front lines need political support. So this is the role of the world movement today, and it's more important than ever before. When I got started, I worked with a civil rights leader by the name of Bayard Rustin, and he wrote an article back in 1965, a long time ago, and it was entitled From Protest to Politics. And there's still a message for all of us in that title, because the world movement is based upon supporting people who are protesting, who are struggling for political rights, for democratic freedoms. But also, if they succeed the way the civil rights movement succeeded in this country, the big challenges lie ahead. The big challenges lie in the transition and the consolidation. And we know how tough that is. And it will have its opponents. And it's very difficult to get it right with the policies that are needed, and the accountability that is needed, and the inclusion that is needed, and the economic progress that is needed if this transition is going to succeed. It's very, very difficult. If there's one thing that we have learned during the history of the world movement, the last 22 years, is that democracy doesn't come automatically. It's not something that happens inevitably. It's a struggle, and it needs the support of people like yourselves who are part of that struggle and who want to not only wage their own battle, but also give solidarity to others who are in the struggle. And that's certainly what people in the United States have to do. Ayo mentioned that we have our own problems, and yes, we do. And the established democracies that have their own problems. The rise of illiberal populism in the last 5 or 6 years was very, very dangerous. But maybe we're at a point where we can reverse that. We have to hope so. And the people in the democracies can't take democracy for granted, and they have a stake in showing solidarity with the people who are fighting for democracy. So that's a vision for the future. I think the world movement is more important now than ever. And I thank you. I thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I consider it to be a blessing. And I just wish you all success. And I give you my solidarity and the hope that at some point, everyone will be able to say, we have overcome. We've overcome the repression and we've achieved democracy. Thank you very much.